Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the symposium. I see the rows are a little bit scarcer, so I guess there's a couple of people that are still digesting the dinner, waking up. So, but welcome. I hope you enjoyed the dinner as much as I did. Good food, good whiskey, good company, good music. So thank you very much for that. The clicker is gone somewhere here. Before we launch into the second day, I would like to again thank our sponsors for the support to the entire event and to yesterday evening. Before we go into the program of today, I have to announce a very small change to the program. There was a flash talk on software standards by Honeywell announced, but unfortunately that had to be removed from the agenda due to some commitments that could not be changed at the last minute. So we'll see how we can bring that flash talk to you and that topic to you in another form, but unfortunately today that is not available. Like yesterday, make use of the opportunity to connect with our panelists, with the speakers in the coffee breaks, obviously, but also ask the questions on Slido. For those not here yesterday, the Wi-Fi is open. Just connect to Clayton Hotel. And make use also of the social media. I saw lots of engagement yesterday already, so that's great. Interact on social media with us, spread the word, #EUROCAE Symposium. And to really kick off that second day, I'm very pleased to welcome, at least digitally, Florian Guillermet, the Executive Director of EASA. He sends his deep apologies for not being here with us in Dublin today, but he nevertheless wanted to take a couple of minutes to address us, to give us a couple of messages, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I really appreciate that he's taken the time to record this short video message to us, because the relationship between EASA and EUROCAE obviously is a really important one, and we're really grateful for the very strong collaboration and support to Florian and his entire team. So, without further ado,
good morning to all of you at the EUROCAE Symposium 2026. I'm sorry that I cannot join you personally today and hope that you are enjoying the event in the vibrant city of Dublin. The agenda of this symposium emphasizes what we already know. Aviation is facing many challenges and at the same time is requested to deliver faster, be even safer and to become more efficient. The geopolitical instability at Europe's border and in other regions can unfortunately be expected to continue. We need to be vigilant and react to this threat to aviation safety while still keeping focus on longer-term goals and activities. We all have limited resources and balancing these needs is not an easy task. At EASA, we are currently working on a major request from the European Commission to simplify our rules. Safety cannot be compromised in this task, and we also need to keep an eye to maintain or improve harmonization and interoperability of the rules supported by high-quality industry standards. Standards indeed play an increasing role in EASA's work. Traditionally, we relied heavily on EUROCAE standards for airworthiness and aircraft certification for flight data recorders and so on. In recent years, this has increased. EUROCAE and EUROCAE developed standards are now part of our toolkit to support innovation and implementation of new regulations. For example, on Part IS for cybersecurity, in AI, in ATM ground equipment, in the implementation of U-Space and the certification of eVTOLs. In this context, I have two messages for you today. In summary, what EASA needs from EUROCAE and the European industry, and what we can commit to in return. EASA's plea to EUROCAE and industry is to create and apply standards that are implementable, clear, validated, and fit for purpose. It is critical that the standards themselves do not create new roles and responsibilities that do not exist in the regulation. Ideally, the standards should be able to be referenced directly as EASA's alternative means of compliance or AMCs. This would avoid duplication of effort and create clarity for everyone involved. Aviation is global, therefore, whenever possible, we need standards that are harmonized or even the same as standards developed by other bodies such as RTCA. We need stronger than ever standardization coordination groups to foster the development of harmonized standards. These standards should not simply paraphrase the regulation, but rather enable their implementation. Good standards that are clear for the industry and that support the implementation of the regulations mean compliance is easier for everyone involved. This would also support EASA in the rule simplification exercise, where we have the wider goal of reducing administrative burden, duplication, and inconsistencies. In today's world, we need standards that can be digitalized and that can support digitalization programs of aviation industry and regulators. And last but not least, we need standards that promote European industry and that support innovation to ensure Europe's competitiveness. And what will EASA offer in return? EASA has long been committed to EUROCAE and its aims. I can assure you that this commitment will continue. We already support the majority of the EUROCAE-led standardization activities, either by participating directly in the working groups or by supporting their work programs through the TAC and Council. We have strong participation from EASA in this symposium, with 4 EASA staff in different panels. EASA will continue to take the chair of the standardization coordination groups and will engage more and more with EUROCAE in the standardization activities that are needed to support the implementation of the regulations and the rule simplification projects. EASA will support and coordinate the promotion of EUROCAE's developed standards towards ICAO and internationally through the European coordination mechanism. We see this work as instrumental in keeping the European aviation industry safe, cleaner, secure, and efficient. That will enable us to continue to contribute to this worldwide leadership in these fields. Before I close, I would like to thank Anna and the EUROCAE team and congratulate them for the excellent organization of the symposium and for the opportunity to speak to you today. Also, a big thanks from EASA to the host of this event in Ireland. I hope I will be able to join the next symposium in 2027 in person, and I wish you every success for the remainder of this event.
Thank you very much again to EASA, to Florian, and I think the messages were quite clear. A plea that standards are clear and implementable, harmonized with other regions and digitalized, and that promote innovation and competitiveness. I think that's really at the heart of what we try to do every day, and we'll take that plea very seriously. And in return, we're very, very grateful for the EASA engagement on all the different levels that Florian mentioned. So, we're now going to launch into the first panel of today, and I hand over to Attika to introduce it. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Florian from EASA, for the important message of standardization. Aviation is entering one of the most transformative chapters in its history. For over a century, propulsion has defined the limits of our ambition, how far we can travel, how fast we can move, and how boldly we can innovate. Electric hybrid propulsion, hydrogen systems, and disruptive new architectures are no longer distant ideas. They are taking shape in laboratories, testbeds, and early flight demonstrations. But with every breakthrough comes a challenge: infrastructure that doesn't yet exist, certification frameworks that must evolve, and collaboration across the entire aviation ecosystems becomes an absolute necessity. This panel brings together the people pushing those boundaries, the ones asking the uncomfortable questions, the ones proving that the future of propulsion will not be defined by what we have done before, but by what we dare to attempt next. So, as we begin, I invite you to imagine the skies of tomorrow, cleaner, quieter, and radically different from the ones we know today. Let's explore the future of propulsion and perhaps glimpse the future of flight. I'm Attika Pilant, Technical Program Manager at EUROCAE Managing Sustainability Topics, and I'm pleased to welcome you to the stage, panel 4, towards zero emission aviation, the future of propulsion technologies. The stage is yours.
Excellent. So, and we have sound. All right. Perfect. Good morning, all. Thank you so much for dinner last night. It was really enjoyable. You're a good-spirited gang, so I like that. And of course, it was really helped by the Irish orchestra and the dancers. I must admit, when they asked for volunteer dancers, I looked down at my plate a bit. I don't know about you, about the rest of you. But that was great. Thanks. All right. I think a good introduction there. I think there are some really big questions we need to ask. I'm joined today on stage by Helen Ledbetter from the EUROCAE, by David Lemont from Safran Helicopter Engines, and Antoine Toulmont. Antoine, you just flew in from Helsinki this morning?
This morning, yeah. Thanks to the Finnish airline, I was on time. Just on time for the panel.
That's good. Excellent. I'll let you introduce yourselves, but I'd like to frame this discussion a little bit. And I think Florian made some really sharp comments on that, about the necessities and sort of the seriousness of what we're facing right now. There is no doubt, because I've been working in this domain for quite some years to get to where we are now. We're actually working actively with promoting innovation and specifically on zero-low emissions. But it is a system transformation. There's no denying that. Even if you sort of just switch one electric aircraft or one fossil aircraft with an electric aircraft, you're not there. That is, the whole system needs to adapt to change in more or less ways. But the aircraft, the airport, all the ground infrastructure, the energy access, the way you train, the way you educate, the way we do our MRO activities, the way we operate, and that is just the sort of the immediate aviation network and the ecosystem. And then you have to expand beyond that. We have to have new energy forms. You have to have investors interested. You need policy support. That's the kind of transformation we're actually talking about. Now, is there a lot of extra? Maybe it's just scratching my chin. Sorry that. Okay, I'll try it and see. And of course, this is not just about the zero-low emissions. We really need the SAF fuels, the eSAF, and those solutions as well. We're fully aware of that. So this is not like it's the one or the other. But this is something you all know. At the same time, like Florian said, we want to increase the European competitiveness. We have an unstable, really volatile geopolitical setting. And we have variable access to energy. Now, of course, with the latest development in the Middle East, there is a lot of focus on, and at least in my part of the world, we discuss, is electricity a vulnerability or actually an extra safety measure for energy access? So there are many things that are developing, that are challenges, but they're also opportunities. And we'll get back to that in the discussion. So the discussion today will focus on how we can concretely look at faster, better innovation. How can we collaborate? I know this from doing the work in the past years, that collaboration is difficult because you have to lay the foundation to make it happen. It's a nice word, it's an easy word to let it flow, but really, how do you do that? Specifically when you need to collaborate in new ways, not established channels, not established mechanisms. You need to step out of the comfort zone. That's at least my experience. So when you can ask why the CEA doing this, it's because we've been given a higher task. There's political interest, so we've been given funding to work broader. We've been given funding for me to, that's the reason I'm here. I'm talking about the bigger context. So I'm not here just on behalf of the CEA, I'm on behalf of a whole user group called the Nordics or the state of Norway or something, that we are a state that we want these new technologies. And to make things happen, we need to work in this gray area between politics, regulation, industry, commercial interest, and Helen, you'll also get back to how do you maneuver that. So that's sort of the setting. now over to the discussion itself. So I was just trying to frame it, and I hope we'll be able to be concrete. So when we finish at 30 past the hour, there are some concrete suggestions, ideas that you hopefully can take inspiration from. All right. I would like to ask each of you to have a short introduction of your role and what your organization is doing in this domain of zero low emission. Helen, can I start with you, please?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, everyone. So, as mentioned, Helen Ledbetter, I'm from the UK Civil Aviation Authority. I'm the technical strategy lead for zero emission flight, and currently spend probably 90% of my time looking at hydrogen and hydrogen systems. We have something called the Hydrogen Challenge, where we work with industry, academia, and other regulators to understand how we introduce hydrogen safely, effectively, and efficiently into the existing ecosystem. The other part of my job is also looking at electric flight, and then you've got the bit in between, which is the hybrids, so that covers all those areas.
Perfect. David?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jan. Good morning, everyone. So my name is David Lemeau. I'm the head of initial certification within Safran Helicopter Engines. So the day-to-day job of the team is to make certified our legacy fuel engines, because Safran Helicopter Engine is making engine for helicopters and aircraft. But also, the day-to-day job of the team is to find the path of certification of new concept, new R&D concept, and this leads to this today topic, which is the new concept we are working on, especially on hybrid electric propulsion systems. So, for instance, 2 examples. We try to work on the different variety of new design and new propulsion systems, such as setting an electric motor on a small electric motor on a turboshaft engine to have a sort of start and stop systems, like in your car. And also we can provide what we call turbo generator, which is a legacy fuel engine with generator on it. And instead of giving mechanical power, it gives electrical power. So this is typically the kind of new systems we can provide to the market and helps to the zero emissions goal at the end.
Perfect. Thank you. Antoine?
Good morning, everybody, and nice to be with you today. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm Antoine Toulmont. I'm based in Brussels. I work for this company, EUROCAE. So we are a French middle cap company, or scale up, as we say, in Brussels. We've been here for more than 6 years, actually, but drastically accelerating since 3 years. We have 3 aircraft programs, 2-seater. Training aerobatic aircraft with a full electric version. We have a regional aircraft, an hybrid electric one, powered also by Safran. The electric one is also powered by Safran, both from the electric engine and the turbines. And we have now launched since more than 1 year a military branch where we are building and make flying a medium altitude, long endurance drone. And usually I define my role in the company as building a tech champion in Brussels, which encompasses everything you said, so financing, policy, knowledge sharing, and of course, prototyping and in the end, certification.
Thank you for the introductions. Clearly, you're good people to have on the panel. So I hope we can have a good flow of the discussion. At some point, also have use the Slido, please, because I would like to have concrete questions from you, if possible. Just the QR code you have on the badge as well, and then I'll get an iPad eventually for the questions. So please, encouraging direct questions and concrete ones, please. But just in a big picture and shortly, how do you see the development within the different domains? Let's say full electric, hybrid electric, hydrogen. What are the trends? Do we see increased interest? Do we see is some interest falling? Or could you just have a quick comment between your different domains? Maybe Antoine, I could start with you and then go back the other way.
But I think the difference between the technologies are the one you can industrialize now and the one you cannot yet. I think this is how you can difference the advancement. What we see is like with full battery electric, aircraft, we benefit from the industrialization from the automotive side. Hence, we can have batteries that are affordable, that are industriable, and we benefit from the electric engine from Safran. However, the physics of the world tell us that we cannot do today a proper aircraft which is more than two-seater. I mean, four-seater maybe before 2030, but nothing more that would fit the mission to which we would require the aircraft. Hybrid electric is another story. You release the power you ask from the battery thanks to the turbine, thanks to high electricity generating turbines that helicopters know very well. And for that, you can play more between the turbine and the batteries, and that's also something you can industrialize and avionate right now and commercialize before 2030. On hydrogen, our view is like there is more to be done yet, both on R&D side, more to research and infrastructure research. So it's coming, but it's not yet a technology which you can find high industrialization, low direct operating cost. I mean, the cost as well still is very high. And for smaller module aircraft, so for aircraft that are more fitted for the regional segment, we will have to find really solutions because they are the airlines having the smallest margin in the market. So basically, that's it.
David, do you have the same experience or the same impression of sort of where we are right now?
Yes, I think so. So to the question, is there any interest? The answer is yes. Is the trend is good? The answer is yes as well. But the fact is the challenges are so massive, so huge, in fact. So we have to find a good solution depending on the market and also on the use case. For instance, for general aviation, we have quite short-term solution. Perhaps for commercial aircraft, it will be more difficult. So, and also the path for the certification is also a complex path, even for new technology, and even if for new technology. So, yes, we are in the transition phase. We are in it, but this transition phase is not 1 or 2 years. It's probably much more than that. So,
Helen, you're doing a lot of work on hydrogen. Could you share some thoughts on where you see that right now and what you foresee in the
Yeah, certainly. So we approach it in two different ways. So we look at fuel cells that will run either on gaseous or liquid hydrogen, and then we're looking at combustion, which ultimately we believe looks like it would need to be liquid hydrogen that would then be converted to gaseous hydrogen to burn in the combustor. We've seen that in the UK and in the US, there's been flight demonstrators of what we call a dual fuel aircraft. So that's one engine operating on a hydrogen fuel cell and the other one with existing technology. So we know that it's feasible. It was kind of like a proof of concept. But it's about how do we take that now from being a demonstration activity right the way through to a business as usual operation. And that's something where I think industry is starting to struggle. And that's purely to do with investment. We see a lot of startups starting to fail once they pass TRL level 3, 4, 5. And to move past that, that's when we start to see the struggles because the amount of investment that's needed becomes significant. And I think there's always an issue as well around the safety requirements. We have a lot of unknowns. One of the things we always talk about with liquid hydrogen is how do we manage the phase change from taking it from its liquid state back up to its gaseous state to be fed into the propulsion system, whether that's a combustor or a fuel cell. How do we know how a fuel cell fails? All these new things that we need to look at. And we have an opportunity now that how do we look at them together? I think it's really important that we prove that safety case first to then enable this to become an everyday opportunity.
There's several things to pick up on here. One thing I would like to maybe address a bit before we dig into to this collaboration thing is about, you say it's a massive undertaking. We have a lot of challenges. So to me, I'm hearing, and I also support that, of course, that we need to really play at each other's strong suits. Whatever UK, you're doing a lot within hydrogen. We're doing more within the electric hybrid domain. Clearly, we need to collaborate. But then there was also this point about use cases. How important is it that we apply a range of use cases to stimulate the demand side of these technologies.
Yep, if I may.
Please.
So, as we said, there is different solution because Helen speaks about hydrogen. There is also electric hybrids, and there is a plenty of design solution, and there is not one solution for each use case. So we have different kind of designs that could suit to, for instance, helicopters. As I said, start and stop, but which is really dedicated to helicopter systems. And also pure electric engine could suit to general aviation and so on. And probably for commercial aircraft, we can start with having electric engines, balancing the LP and HP shafts for a better management of the turboshaft and turbofan engines, and at the end provide less energy consuming. So there is different use case that we have to look at clearly, and it goes through experimentation. And I think it's a key word as well. And to have a key and to have arenas to experiment and test. We have the sentence yesterday from Thomas Beckett: test, fail, test, fail better. So I think it's really a good sentence for our topic today. We have to test really now the different use case and to see if it really suits at the end for the concrete examples and concrete market.
Antoine, did you have any?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because it's a question we have been working on since more or less like 3 years at European level with the Alliance from Zero Emission Aircraft, and we just unveiled this Monday actually a roadmap, another roadmap, but at least this one I'm quite happy about it because it's one that you don't see in the literature. I mean, we have ATAG, we have Destination 2050, we have tons of them worldwide speaking, but this one I find it has something more in a sense where it really focused on segments, rollouts, and together with more than 200 members, meaning airports, airlines, startups, established actors, etc. So there, I think we've got a very good picture of the overall ecosystem of the aviation and the key player of new aircraft technologies. And we define basically general aviation, business aviation, regional air mobility, regional aviation, and short and medium range, basically. And we see in each and every category that there is a trend upon the technology and upon the actors defining who will drive the technology in these typical segments. So I invite everybody to read in detail the roadmap where we detail that, but you will find concrete rollout and entry into service numbers for each and every segment, and you will find as well energy requirements, because it's the same face of the coin. I mean, you in front of the delivery of the aircraft, you will have to you need also to have the energy delivery. And most important, we also looked at the incentives. So what is there today on the market, and how far can the market absorb these new technologies? So it's also to take into account the status and the current situation of the actors. Can they really have an ambitious flight renewal or not?
So what I'm hearing is that one sort of part conclusion is that what the rest of us can do, where you are producing aircraft and you're producing propulsion, we're doing the regulatory stuff, and there are so many bodies that can work in the direction of having more use cases established, shedding light on who can use these technologies and for what purpose. I think it's also fair to say in this military-civil collaboration, this is significant. These are, quite a few of them can be dual-use technologies, not to support direct military operations necessarily like in armed firepower, but we're talking about logistics, we're talking about sensors, we're talking about silent technologies, we talk about technologies with different IR signature, etc. So I think having this broad range of use cases is something we all can contribute in shedding light on and really trying to figure out, because Europe and globally is a big market. So we will have a lot of different opportunities here. But you, David, you mentioned on this, the test arenas and the sandboxes, because these are a way of supporting a system transformation, putting things into a bigger context. Helen, you have some experience with from the UK CEA as well on these regulatory sandbox. Can you say some words about how you've organized that and what it is?
Yeah, certainly. We've taken a slightly different approach to the sandboxes that Norway have been running. We have looked specifically more at the technology. So in our first year, we worked with 3 organizations looking at fuel cell technology on aircraft, and then obviously fuel cell technology on ground support equipment at an airport to support zero-emission flight turnaround opportunities. And that was also a thought process of how do we get small quantities of hydrogen airside at an airport safely, prove that we can refuel the ground support equipment, have the safety case in place for then scaling up those requirements for larger quantities of hydrogen, and also making sure that you're applying to the rules and regulations at the airports. So those 3 were really successful. That enabled us then to broaden our scope for the second year to 13 programs. And that covered everything from combustion, fuel cells, high-altitude platforms, drones, actual airports looking at how do they have a hydrogen-ready stand. And those are going to be 3-year programs. We've just completed year 1 of that. And then we're also now working with the Department for Transport in the UK that are starting a zero-emission flight demonstrator program to promote having the first domestic flight, something similar to what you've seen from the Norway demonstration project. So we've had to take a slightly different approach because we also need to look at the gaps in our regulations. So at the moment for hydrogen, we have no regulations for fuel cells and how do you certify a fuel cell system. We need to understand what the new type certification boundaries may look like. And obviously that's up to the industry to suggest to us. We've taken some lead here from work that's been shared with us from EASA. And then we look at how do we make sure that we work with other regulators and ensuring that we have regulation that's aligned, because you don't want to be having to apply to different rules and regulations where if you're operating in the UK, it's one way. If you're operating in Europe, it's something different. So these are also really important. We need to look at those regulations and how we change them to be applicable and appropriate.
Thank you. Maybe I should also comment that we in Norway we have a national transport plan. That's a 12-year plan. In 25, for the first time there's 1 billion which we're going to set off to the transition. It's called the green transition, but now of course with the development in the past year, it's not just about the green transition. It's about a resilience for society. It's about having a mobility offering with new technologies that can sort of serve the whole country. Given that, and then we got the funding to be working on establishing this international test arena together with Avinor. They're running a 43 airport state network of airports. They also are the NSP. So Avinor state-owned and us as a CA, we've joined forces and established this international test arena. There we have Europe-wide calls or global calls really for interest, and then we've done the first demonstration program. Now we just finished 2 months ago, and we're publishing a final report next week. This is all for knowledge. This is for learning. This is for preparing the ecosystem. This is not for our industry because we don't have a lot of aviation industry, but we are fully dependent on aviation. And this is a fact. This is what I mean by we need to play on the strong sides we have. So on our side, we have a demand. We have a state saying that, and we have a population that are used to the electrification of things. In Norway, the EVs now are, I think I was here last year talking about that, the test arena. I think the last number was 95, 96% of new cars are EVs. It's because you reach that point of critical mass. And then there is, if you can use an electric solution or a hybrid electric solution, you wouldn't want to go anywhere else. And then having some, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the learning from this first 6-month demonstration program, but we did 126 flights with the battery electric aircraft for simulated full commercial operations between 2 cities in Norway. And some of the key learnings were that things are easier with an electric aircraft if it's the battery electric. The energy the energy consumed and the cost of the energy consumed is significantly lower, about 1/10 of a similar Cessna Caravan. It's always also seeing this, as I said, the simplicity, the maintenance of having electric motors as the key pusher for propulsion is just significantly different. So it's not up to us to prove that that holds, you know, that we have the charging cycles and all that, but it's important learning. And back to then, the regulatory sandbox test arena setup. I think a good question today here is, how should SDOs and regulators and industry, how can we join hands? Because in this first demonstration program we ran, and maybe the same for you, I don't know if any SDOs were directly connected to it, but if we are in this test arena setting, in my mind, it's equally important that we have the standardization bodies involved in one way. But how can we do that? How can we have SDOs and other participants in these trials, in these demonstrations?
No, I just want to salute also the approach from Norway. I'm a huge fan, and in Brussels very often I put that forward. I mean, this is how you did also with the electric ferries in Norway. First you try them, then you make them available for the public before it is commercially ready, but just to test the appetite of the public, whether the business case is here, whether the frequency availability is there. And indeed, the amount of data you get is huge. From a standardization point of view, I think the biggest learnings, and indeed they need to be there, they need also to be present in what you're doing in Norway, but also in Finland, but also in Sweden. I think it's on the charging infrastructure. There is not a need for standard. I mean, they are basically here. They are basically there already. I mean, we will use either CCS2 or MCS. I mean, the MCS, I think the one you used with that US aircraft manufacturer, the electric beta technology, and you got a lot of learnings because you learn that yes, indeed, it provides a lot of power, but it's also very costly. So then we have also these learnings to take into account to say, okay, maybe there will be more CCS2 to come in the next 10 years, and then MCS for the future. But we have also, I think, in terms of standard, we have a lot to do in your Nordic area to test also the vehicle to grid. I mean, you don't have grid congestion because, I mean, the electricity in Norway or in Sweden or in Finland, it's even it's cheaper than the rest of the EU. Sweden just got the record number of days where the electricity has a negative price. So the electric actors have to pay to put this on to put electricity on the grid. So it's a real question. And for standardization bodies, how basically you link the aircraft into a software so it can act on the grid, so it can be an active player. And there we have probably standardization to look at. But I mean, yeah, you will get, I think, probably from Brussels a dedicated place in the regulation for this specific test arena. And I think we will see very shortly in the next coming years more testing, more reasons for all this body to work together in an EASA and hopefully the UK CAA environment, so we can do that very seamlessly.
David, do you think that will be a lot to learn, or a strong reasons for the SDOs also to connect to these?
Yes, I think so. In this transition phase, we need early engagement of everyone at early stage, which is a change of mind. And I would say it is true for authorities as well. For example, EASA has put in place pre-application contract to discuss in a very early stage of design the key challenges we may have or may face as industry regarding a new product. So this is a key point. And how standardization can cope also with that is standardization also has to come into the game, I would say, very early also, because we have to coordinate very early, even it's not the use or the past practice, we have coordinate very early just to see how we can manage the key challenges. For instance, if I take the high voltage is one of the key challenges for many design, many systems, including ground systems. How we manage the arc with other kind of systems on board, also on ground, and so on and so on. So, and there is already discussion within EUROCAE, within the different subgroups on these topics. So we are learning, and at the same time, we try to coordinate and making standards. So, and at this stage, making standards has sense because it helps not to reinvent the wheel once we are going to propose means of compliance to the authorities. So every discussion at early stage helps at the end that to smooth and to help the certification for ground systems, for airport, for all infrastructures, and also for airborne systems.
Helen, do you think it's okay? Let's say that we agree that it really makes sense for the STOs to be part of trials and early dialogue, early conversations and collaboration. Helen, is it? I know you say that you come talk to us and talk to us early. How are we able to? How can we construct that? Because that's not the business as usual. Often you have the authority and the STOs, and we have predefined roles. But here we are asking people in this room to have a different kind of conversation as well. Maybe earlier in the phase and discussing, maybe also discussing challenges, discussing solutions, not within when you decide that you need a standard, but just in the phase even before that. Can we just say that let's do it? Or what are the challenges in doing that?
I think the challenges we come across is where industry is obviously, and rightly so, very protective of their IP, but there's many discussions you can have around how we shape standards and regulation moving forward without having to give away any IP. That's something we've noticed very early on. When we've done our gap analysis on CS23, CS25 and CSE, we shared that with EUROCAE. They took it to the relevant working groups. We received feedback. The other area that's really important is you now have an opportunity of industry to help shape what regulation looks like for the future, and also to ensure that it's practical, because we could get to a stage where we regulate so much new industry, we stifle it, and that's not what we want to do. So I think, as David previously mentioned, technology is going to evolve. It will evolve quickly in some areas, and then we need to ensure that we understand what that is. You have a regulator now that's maybe not playing catch up, but learning. We're not the experts in this new technology, so we need to learn alongside industry to understand what your technology is, how it works, and then how we're going to regulate it safely.
I want to pick up some of the questions coming on a Slido here. So the first question would be, how will future operations, in parentheses, turnaround times, and airport infrastructure look like? What is the impact on ATC and different flight profiles? Any of you want to take a shot at that?
I can answer. For us, it's 30 minutes when you take the 19-seater. So basically, for the batteries, for you to get an order of magnitude, the batteries we have on the 19-seater is the equivalent of 2 Teslas. So when you use a charging station which is more than 300 kilowatt hours, ideally 400, you can charge the aircraft in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes, this is really the classical turnaround time you can have. And more interestingly, because we have also an industrial partner on board with us, an investor as well, which is Électricité de France, so EDF, the French energy provider. And they do not just provide electricity, but they do a lot of research on battery, on everything that is related to the battery and to the chargers. And we talked with them, and we saw that it would be possible to actually charge and refuel the aircraft at the same time. So yeah, turnaround times will be very short, so that will not be an impact for ATM, for us, at least.
Any other comments on what infrastructure or?
I think for hydrogen it might be slightly different. We're not sure yet of what that looks like. We've seen in the UK, ZeroAvia has refueled its aircraft, but that they refuel that over time because they're at a stage where they're not requiring to represent a specific turnaround time. We've seen from refueling ground support equipment that it can be done fairly quickly with the gaseous format. There hasn't been any testing done recently on liquid hydrogen. And I think the one area of concern that airports always bring up is, can we refuel hydrogen at the same time as boarding passengers, at the same time as loading baggage or cargo onto the aircraft? And I think this is still a question that remains unanswered. I think the classic is, no, we can't. But why is that? Can we have a look at, is there something that we can do to reduce safety distances? At the moment, we have a refueling safety zone of 3 meters for kerosene-based fuel. What does that need to look like for hydrogen? Is it the 30 meters that NASA states in their regulations from the 1960s, or can we reduce it? We've done desktop activities with the Health and Safety Executive in the UK to say that could be 10 meters. So how does that impact? You've got to then understand your fuel tanks have moved. They're moving from the wing to the aircraft fuselage, probably to the aft of it. So how does that impact if you have a safety zone of 10 meters? How does that impact? Is it going to impact your taxiways? Is it going to impact your stands either side of you if you're on a code C size stand? So there's all these kind of questions that we need to understand. That's why come and talk early to us, so we understand what the design is and the impacts that has on really the whole operating ecosystem.
Maybe I would like to add a couple of comments on the learning from the demonstration program. We did over 6 months quite a significant number of flights with this battery electric aircraft. And one on the ATC side, because I was part of the question, on the ATC side, what do you see? And an electric aircraft, as opposed to a fossil aircraft, where you would like to climb out and glide in, the electric aircraft would just like to get airborne and then stay there and fly low as possible to their alternate. Now that's a different thing. So what we see is that the ATC routings, the procedures, the departure and arrival procedures, they're not designed for that kind of thinking. They're designed when you have fossil aircraft with abundance of reserves. And so now we suggest in this, some of the learning is looking at routes for electric aircraft, and that will coincide also with, of course, possibly unmanned aircraft. But already we have a solid structure for helicopters. So it may not be the big switch, but we see that we need to think about optimization. On the ground infrastructure side, we saw that, yeah, I think there may be more need for standardization than just about the CCS or the charging. Because we had one airport, because this is a problem in Europe, many places, where you do not have enough electricity sort of on tap, where you can get enough kilowatts like this.
Instantly, yeah.
So we had one mobile solution where you charge with a big battery, charge overnight. So it's a slow charging. And then we had one directly connected to the grid because you could. And just for operating that, this electric aircraft was flown between plus 25 degrees, minus 10 degrees over the 6 months, including the Norwegian winter, which is not really nice all the time. And then, so for example, the hatch in the ground, which was the permanent charging point, that froze. Because when you have snow, and it melts in the snow, and you freeze again, and then the hatch was stuck, and they had to introduce something to heat it up. So these are just detailed examples of the kind of learning you may not get because you're doing things in a laboratory or because you're doing things hypothetically. And having you guys involved in that work, I think really is something to take a look at, see how can we do that. Next question that is, because we have voting here as well for the Slidos. That's good. So what airports are preparing the arrival of the next-gen aircraft? Isn't it a chicken and egg situation? Do you have any experience with this? How are the airports preparing for the new technologies, be it hydrogen or electric, maybe electric to begin with? But
yeah, for us, it's not that an issue because, as I said, so we use CCS2 to charge the aircraft, and a lot of airports, a lot of regional airports, including regional airports, have introduced these charging stations thanks to the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, and thanks to this fund as well. So they've done, and they already invested in what mattered the most, and you mentioned it a little bit, is at least to get the amount of electricity to the airport, because this is what costs the most. The connection to the grid, the fact that you can ask instantly 400 kilowatts, for instance, is exactly what matters and where the most of your investment needs are. So what we see is like most of the airports in our target network, they've done that already. More is to come. You know, the Commission is currently revising AFIR this year, and they intend to include also targets on charging stations for aircraft, so no more for ground vehicles or for APUs, but also for aircraft. And there is, in parallel, another policy measure that comes, which will, I think, help, is this grid connection facilitation, if you want to. It's a strategy from the European Commission, basically to fund and to accelerate also more grid connection to exactly occur on the issue that you've mentioned, is like there are some airports that are not yet connected, and sometimes it may be difficult because the grid is congested, because the permitting is difficult, because the energy access is is outdated. So that is really what the Commission is targeting right now, pushing on, especially now in the context, the high electrification that we need. So in the next 4 years, so before our commercialization, I'm seeing a huge ramp up to target now this subscale, I would say, airports, but the most vital regional airports to which we target, what you are targeting, are already equipped, so that's fine to us.
Just as a very first steps, before going to your situation, for which I agree, there is already some aircraft in general aviation already existing, like the Pipistrel, coming to the airfield. So it's not a very massive change for the airfield and the usage of the way of charging, because it's like a charging of a car. So, but when we are going to a larger scale, then it will be a challenge for the infrastructure. But we have already a step to learn and to see how it works, the way of charging, the way of managing the flight as well, and the way, for instance, we are mentioning the rule of the airs, so the way of managing the energy reserve in flight and ground and so on. So, which is a very useful first steps for the next steps as well.
Helen, do you have any experience in how interested are the different players here? How interested are the airports in new technologies? How interested are the operators in new technologies?
I would say the airports are really interested, I think, since the statement that one of the large OEMs made around saying they were delaying their production of hydrogen technology because the airport infrastructure was not ready. We've seen a lot of airports coming forward saying, we're really keen, but can we make major investment like that, which we need to look at 20 years in advance if we don't know when this technology is going to be flying? So we've had in the UK, Heathrow are looking at it. They're looking at how do they create a hydrogen stand. We have Kemble, that's a smaller, what I'd call general aviation airfield, that is where Zero Avia is based. So they have gaseous hydrogen on site. They have another organisation that makes liquid hydrogen on site. We have Glasgow Airport in Scotland that's done quite a lot of work within the hydrogen arena. Exeter Airport has done the ground support equipment trials using gaseous hydrogen. They had gaseous hydrogen stored airside for a number of weeks to support this. So there is a really keen interest. And as David mentioned, we have some of the small GA flying schools that have the battery electric aircraft that they're flying, and they have the small chargers on site. So there is a keenness there, but again, it's that question about when an industry going to set in stone the date that they're going to operate these aircraft, which again is really hard to get out of industry because of all the challenges they're working through. And then you've got the airport side of it where they say, well, we're not going to make such a huge investment, which is going to change. Like for hydrogen in particular, they need new storage areas. At the moment, large airports use hydrogen system. Hydrogen system doesn't exist for, let's say, liquid hydrogen. Do you keep it as liquid? Do you keep it as gas? It takes up quite a large area. So yeah, there's lots of implications for the infrastructure and the timescales needed to introduce this.
I think it's one key area. I mean, this is our bread and butter, safety. Now we talk about innovation. We want to try out the new stuff. We want to put it into a simulated commercial context. So, and how do you do that? So we are, as authorities, we are supposed to approve operations with a not certified aircraft in a not approved operation, where we don't know about we know about the unknowns, the known unknowns. We don't know about the unknown unknowns. How do we deal with risk management in this? Because we are supposed to be supporting this, but this requires a different kind of dialogue, or how do we go about that challenge, and how can this support also the way we think about safety?
For us, it's all about that safety case that industry is building and how we can work with industry to understand what that is. For airports in the UK, we have a process called CAP 791. So that's a safety case that's built around any change that's brought airside at an airport. Not necessarily a perfect fit, it's what exists already. So we're building a safety case around those requirements. I think for certification, again, there's this question around, do we need to comply with I don't know, if you're testing something, do you need to run it for 8,000 hours? Do you need to run it for longer? How do you take a technology that has no data as such and show when it becomes safe? How many hours as an authority are we going to say, yes, that's okay? And I think there is quite a pushback from industry to say, well, they don't need to be the same. But when it's a technology we're unsure of and is unproven, I don't think any regulator is yet ready to take that risk and say we can reduce those hours. So it's something we need to work on with industry to how are you building your safety case? How are you building that data set that currently doesn't exist that you can take to the regulator and say, look, we've done this amount of test hours. We've either had no issues or we've had these issues, but we've put these mitigations in place and now that no longer happens. So I think there's quite a big area of collaboration to understand what those safety performance indicators, targets need to look like.
Is this something that resonates with you? How do we work together to keep appropriate level of safety?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I used to work 10 years before joining Aero. I used to work 10 years in safety for the French CAA, and after that for DG Move at the Commission. So it's one of the reasons why I joined Aero at some point. I switched to the private side. Because to me, it's a company that really deeply understood that with strong safety authorities, with strong standards, this is how actually you can become competitive. And by following also, and when I say strong standards, is both on certification but on organizational aspect as well. We see a lot of catchy entry into service with new project coming to the market in 2 or 3 years, etc. But the lead time to get certificates, to get a proper, robust structure, know how to certify aircraft, it takes time, and it's good. We say that we need a strong authority. We don't need shortcuts. We don't need acceleration or to pay less. We believe, and this is very often an explanation, because very often when you say that you're working for an electric aircraft manufacturer, the first question is, yeah, but what about China? When China will take over, will they take over, etc. And very often what I'm saying is like we have a more robust ecosystem on electric aviation. We have better aviation engineers, we have better integration solutions, and we have better safety systems as well. The certification of electric aircraft today in China is a decision. It's not a certification, it's a decision from the highest authority of China to put the aircraft on the market. Us, it's different. You have really to pass through proven, thorough certification, means of certification. And I think this is really a big strength that we have, and we have to do it. And this is, for us, a core DNA, and this is how we will be able to sell aircraft worldwide, because there will be this reliability, the safety, and the highest safety standard in the world, and they are done by us.
I think I just mention one learning point. Yeah, please.
No, if I may take over a bit on this topic. I agreed on what has been said, and also it's an iterative process.
Yeah.
Because if I just take an example, to certify an engine, for instance, today, it's around 8,000 hours of testing. So, and we have certified last year an electric engine within Safran. It was almost 5,000 hours. So we have to discuss early, and as said by Helen, we have to look at the key challenges, safety key challenges we are facing. But for sure, during the testing phase, we will discover everything. So we had to iterate with authority in the loop to be sure that the assumptions we took early in the project are still valid, and at the end, everybody is fine. So
This is key, because this is one of the learning points as well. We need to work differently on safety in an innovation setting. The normal way of doing it, that we get formal documentation only, we assess that and we give the approval, that doesn't cut it. It's not good enough. We have to be closer to the process. You have to mitigate different risks. We have to work with the unknowns in a different way. And also, I think one special thing on the new technologies is that you can have new system risks that you didn't have, because you have people who are not usually working together. You have technologies that are different. You're introducing small or large changes to a lot of people. We talked about the whole ecosystem. Of course, we tend to dive into a bit of the certification of the aircraft and all that, but the rest of the ecosystem also represent both a safety risk issue, as it represents a possibility to support more innovative safety thinking. So this is a really win-win and working slightly differently. Yes.
Yeah, no, I want also to add that this is very important what you are saying. Also, I would like to say we had a crash at Aero. We had in the early stages of our two-seater aircraft program, we had a crash, and it was a terrible one because it made two dead, two young aerobatic pilots. I knew, and I was like all the team very, very affected by that. And I think, well, we are in this try and fail, but I think it really transforms us also as a company. This does not leave you indifferent, of course, but it really transformed ourselves, knowing exactly how cautious and how thorough you have to be also, even as you said, like the unknown of the unknown. Because it was not because of regulation that we had a crash. It was not because of processes. It was the unknown of the unknown at some point. And that gives you the extra, I think, mile, the extra boost to make sure that everything you do every day indeed is having the highest level of safety.
There are a couple of questions. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'll try to be focused on providing some answers on your questions. So one thing, I will join a couple of questions. When do you think, what technology and what do you think we'll see in the market first in commercial operations?
Yeah, I breathe it.
You don't have to suggest which aircraft, what kind of technology, and in what area do you think?
No, I think it's I really think hybrid because again, this is the industrial solution readily available, but that also combine new technology and lower direct operating cost. I mean, today, we've been testing for quite a long time, by the way, all the electric engines and the turbines on the bench. So we have quite a lot of data as well, how it works and what are the type of the economics. And today, for instance, on a route of 500 kilometers, we are down to minus 75% of direct operating costs compared to an ATR, even minus 80% compared to a Beechcraft 1900. So that's really what matters. I think airlines will adopt new technologies again if it makes sense in terms of business. I mean, I know a lot of CEO from regional airlines. You know, I worked for this European Regional Airline Association for quite a while, and they are all businessmen. They will. Our aircraft unit cost is 15 million. there will be mechanisms, so this price will be reduced, etc. But these guys, they are businessmen, so they will ask, okay, when can I get my money back? When will the aircraft will make money? And so far, we are able to do that. We are able to tell them that after 5 years, yes, the aircraft will make money, and that it is thanks to proven solutions, industrial solutions, thanks to the power of Safran as well, but other industrial partners that are ready to put their products in the plane tomorrow.
We have about 7-8 questions. We will not have time for that. Another 7-8 questions. But I would like to encourage those who are posting them to reach out in the break or at some point or afterwards and post those questions. It'll be visible for all of you on the Slido anyway. But I would like to take maybe the last couple of minutes here and ask you if we are. I'd like to see concrete measures. So now is it 12 months to the next assembly, approximately? Do you have any suggestions? What can we do? What can you do in the next 12 months to have accomplished something that will connect the SDOs closer to trials and demonstration and the early innovation phase? Is there anything you can suggest that we can do to make something happen in the next 12 months? Is there an activity? Is there something we can do to take a step further, given that you agree with the fact that the SDO should maybe even connect closer to the innovation processes?
No, that's a very good
It's
question.
a difficult question, of course.
Yeah, I can start,
Yeah, go.
as you want. Well, perhaps something very basic first, and something EUROCAE already do, is continuing harmonization, because harmonization of between the authorities and the industries. So promoting this, I would say, is something very key at the end, because if you have different requirements coming from different authorities, then it's very complex for industry to answer to all the questions, because it could be different. So, and one of the role of the SDOs in the early stage is to say, we have some requirements, and there is a place here where industry could talk together, but also with agencies, and promote to have something more harmonized. So it's perhaps very basic, but it's very key at the end for the industry to have something quite coordinated. And the coordination within SDO is quite key for the future.
Yeah.
So I think, to me, in the next 12 months, what we really need to tackle is, I think, the charging infrastructure. I think this is really what is key to see, and well, taking the charging infrastructure, taking into account also the overall environment, so the grid connection, this vehicle to grid. I don't think there is fundamentally more to do compared to what we have in the automotive. I think we can get a lot from automotive. We have to take into account your regions as well. You mentioned very concrete learnings as well, the very cold, but there will be also the very hot regions that for sure there will be any. But to me, the key things in the next 12 months, we need to have a plan for charging infrastructure deployment and standardization. This is what I would expect next year to find here.
And I think from the regulatory perspective, we're very keen to understand the safety case and what that looks like for the whole ecosystem. So everyone in the room has a different area of expertise. So how do we bring all of that safety information together to start building that platform of gathering that data that proves this technology can be certified? So how do we show that it's safe to refuel the aircraft? You don't need an aircraft to do that. Can we do a demonstration with a fuel tank and a refueling bowser? And then how do we bring that data together and enable everyone to have access to it, to learn and put in place the mitigations that needed for each airport's unique operating circumstances? So I think anything that can support that safety case, is technically we're a safety regulator, I think is really important. And understanding priorities. We can't work on everything at once. What are the key priorities? What are the blocker for your next step in your innovation? How can we enable those?
All right. Excellent. I think just on the last point, I would encourage or really demand that we keep working internationally This is not, and it's not an EU, UK diversity. We have close dialogue with the UKCA and a lot of the different players. It's even a global issue on some of these things, working towards ICAO, etc. And so this is really important. I expect to see you guys back here next year and discussing, did we make any advancement? At least, Atika, that's something, that'll be on you. All right, okay. And maybe also a final comment on the infrastructure side, because, and this is just learning from other sectors. Seeing in the car and now also the truck and the maritime sector, which is now increasing being electrified. I don't think we can expect that infrastructure will be in place before you start scaling the cars or the aircraft or the ships. But it's a parallel process. And back to, again, working in parallel with the different parts of the ecosystem to do it in parallel. Never leave something out and just wait, because that is going to be the stopper. And so I think that's just doing that, but all the time clarifying, working iteratively, as you said, David, clarifying what are demands, what are challenges, what's the safety case. And in that way, that's a much more iterative and step-by-step approach. And I think that is key for some of the things we've discussed today. All right, please give the panel a big hand, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan Petter, and to the entire panel for a very inspiring discussion. Lots of pleas to towards more sustainability. Lots of challenges that this panel has highlighted, and definitely also a number of calls towards EUROCAE and other organizations. And what better transition than what Jan Petter just called for, international collaboration, to our next flash talk. But before we do that, we have a short video message from our sponsor Airbus. Following on from yesterday, Airbus is highlighting a couple of their major achievements of 2025. So. thank you very much again to Airbus for being a sponsor and for this video, which is really showing so many achievements, quite impressive on so many different projects, and really showing the passion and also the people behind the technology that make it happen. So thank you very much for that. We're now moving into a flash talk, and I am very happy to welcome Takafumi Nakada from the Japanese Electronic Navigation Research Institute, who will give us a little bit a glimpse into an Asian initiative with the CARETS program in Japan. Takafumi is Senior Director at ENRI, where he's responsible for international policy and strategy planning. And before I give him the floor, I would really like to thank ENRI as being one of the first Japanese members that we welcomed into EUROCAE over 15 years ago. In the meantime, we have the Japanese Civil Aviation Bureau, the Space Agency, many other both institutional and industry players in the community, and that is really to a large extent thanks to ENRI and their outreach in the Japanese community. So I would like to really extend my thanks to ENRI and to Takafumi and the entire team for the support and the partnership that we're enjoying with you and with the Japanese community. Arigato, and the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Takafumi Nakada from Electronic Navigation Research Institute of Japan. At ENRI, I'm responsible for external relations with foreign organizations and technical cooperation with developing countries and foreign policy planning, etc. Okay. And first of all, I would be grateful for EUROCAE for having me at this first talk of this symposium. And also, I'd like to show my great gratitude to Irish colleagues for providing us such a convenient meeting environment, as well as a fabulous gala dinner yesterday. Okay. So, and usually, I suppose, usually most of the discussion at EUROCAE are focused on European aviation industry. But what I'm going to talk today will be informative or interesting to some of the people who are involved in the standardization activities from the viewpoint of global standardization and interoperability. Okay. So, okay. And today, I would like to talk about these 4 points, starting from the introduction of my organization in a brief manner. Okay. And to speak plainly, my organization is a National Research Institute with unique specialty in CNS ATM technologies. Since the establishment of 1967, we've long been contributing to the sound development of civil aviation from the standpoint of research. And these are the our corporate mission, like mottos, and every day we are keeping this kind of mottos in our mind. And I believe that these are very pertinent to the standardization activities. And with these three mottos, we carry out our work in accordance with the strategic objectives directed by transport ministers. And for international operation in particular, we work under two pillars. The first one is contributing to international standardization by conducting research based on international technology trends and actively participating in the discussion of drafting international standards, etc. And second pillar relates to cooperation for overseas organization. And these are the recent evidence of what we are involved in standardization activities. We actively participate in ICAO technical panels as an advisor to Japan Civil Aviation Bureau, but also we get engaged in RTC EUROCAE working bodies and other standard SDOs. And the next topic is about CARAT, Japanese ATM modernization program, launched in 2010. And no one doubts that around the world, air navigation systems are undergoing rapid transformation driven by digitalization, automation, and the need for enhanced international interoperability, etc. And in light of these global trends, we've studied the CARAT revision for about 2 years under the leadership of JCAB. Today, I'm currently based in Henry, but on behalf of JCAB, I would like to share the revision of CARAT with you today. Oh, just a moment, okay. So, first, okay, they identified changes and issues in and around Japanese air navigation systems. And they identified these 6 areas for determining the future transformation of air navigation systems of Japan. And these are the list of that 6 transformation. So if I was asked to compare this with European ATM master plan, I would say it's a kind of equivalent of strategic deployment objective, SDOs. And after 2 years debate on the CARAT revision, they formulated this kind of document like this, and keeping alignment with ICAO GAMP. And CARAT is appended with a bundle of roadmaps like this. And from now, we are going to work closely with CARAT stakeholders, not only from Japan, but also from abroad, to implement carrots. And the next one is about the long-term vision of my organization, ENDI. So the review methodology is similar to that of carrots, but we are more academically oriented, reflecting the long-term plan of major R&D organization in the world, and also the insights from researchers, both of inside and outside. So first, we identify the change in our social environment. And also, we study the trends of domestic and international one in terms of ATM modernization or transformation. Then we categorize the challenges ahead of us into 4 categories, namely safety, availability, flexibility, and environment. And we defined the research direction in accordance with these 4 areas. So let me show a little bit about our roadmap. This is for just the ease of reading for the first readers of this kind of materials. So I put the direction of research vertically, okay, and we put the research themes according to these 4 areas. And we put more concrete research items in accordance with the expected timeline of short, mid, long term. So this is a kind of summary of our roadmap. And for the ease of recognition in Japanese society and beyond, we came up with a catchphrase, which is safe. As you can see, we take the initial of these 4 areas, and we land up, and just we go safe for everyone. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the next one is my today's last topic, which is about the discussion on standardization in Japan. Okay. And we've long been involved in standardization activities more than several decades, but at the discussion of CARAT revision, we have reviewed the approach we've taken so far. So at the R&D working group of CARAT, they aim at implementing research output into practical use, while at the international engagement working group, they pursue for overseas development of Japan-developed technology with global harmony. So in order to achieve these kind of objectives, standardization is a catalyst to achieve that. So from this kind of point, we discussed a lot about the issues such as national economic security or global competitiveness, and we also brainstormed about the implication that standardization has for carrots, etc. And after in-depth study of this specific subject, they came to a conclusion that we need a more structured, strategic approach in a more effective way. And they set objectives like boosting R&D capability of the industry and enhancement of national security, etc. And under the new scheme, these are expected activities. I'm not going to read all the sentences, but let me show the diagram for explaining easily. Okay. So we are now thinking about establishing this kind of new group or association. And they are expected to exchange information with Keratsu people, and also they support the preparation for draft proposal to ICAO or SDO. And they also coordinate with civil aviation authorities concerned if required. Okay. So these are what they are thinking about these days. And this is not completely finalized yet, but I hope they will launch this kind of movement within a year or so. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation today. And thank you very much for listening to my flash talk. And in Japanese, どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Takafumi. Arigato again. I think this really shows how important it is. EUROCAE is not just European. Huh? We heard yesterday, how many nations do we have? Thomas, I know you know. 45 countries amongst the membership indeed, and I think it's really important to bear that in mind. It's not just Europe and North America. We have a lot of Asian members, and we see how important this international outreach is also for them. So after this very intense morning session, I think we all deserve a coffee break. Coffee is served outside just as yesterday, and please be back here at 45. So that we can jump into the next session, which I think will be very interesting. We'll be looking at the European Commission and then a topic on the ATM master plan, which should be an intense panel. Thank you. Enjoy.
I don't remember. No, it has been
So
confirmed.
welcome back to this mid-morning session. I'd like to thank again all our sponsors. And I'm very happy to introduce Landine Asmaja, Policy Officer at the European Commission.
Hello everyone, it's my second EUROCAE Symposium. I gave a talk also last time. It's really a pleasure to be again here. I really appreciate this forum, the expertise, and really the immense work like we see yesterday, also in the gala dinner of the so many working groups and such a varied expertise. And the discussions yesterday and today were really insightful and gave me even plenty of ideas of my presentation that I will mention afterwards. I think you have had the opportunity to meet my head of unit, Flor, who came to the EUROCAE Council in February. Some of the high-level messages that she passed I will repeat today, so for those who are in the council, they will maybe hear again some of the things, but I also propose to go a bit more in details in some of the technical files that we follow in DG Move, but in particularly in the Single European Sky Unit, which is focused on ATM. So it's not a comprehensive aviation presentation, but it's somehow more centralized around ATM topics. So the high-level message that is also, by the way, in the EUROCAE broadcast, Floor provided a very interesting article, and some of these ideas are also included there. We need to match the EU ambitions that we have also to aviation and ATM. And the EU ambitions in this MFF are about digital autonomy, about sovereignty, about resilience. And I think in ATM, we have all the elements that we need in order to match also in our area these ambitions. Also, there is a big push for competitiveness. You have heard this many, many times. And I think that in this context, our industry, the ATM industry, it's a good example because it's an industry that exports all around the world. It's 70% of the market in the world. But we believe that we should really not sit on the laurels and really make sure, and from the Commission we definitely have the push to support that in the future we maintain this role and further develop this role. And this is behind all our thinking and our support for the new MFF for this, our particular industry. Now, the MFF proposal, it's still a proposal stage, so it is being still negotiated. However, several elements are already there in the table. In fact, Horizon Europe, the continuation of Horizon Europe is called FP10. And the FP10 has a big funding. It's now in the new MFF, like set up as the research engine of competitiveness, but not only, and not limited to. So it's not only the competitiveness, but it's a big part, because one of the things that has come several times also in this symposium is this element of Death Valley, or the thing that this moment where research doesn't go into deployment. So the way the MFF budget funding is structured tries to address, to bridge this gap, and tries to provide for a whole investment journey, from research, but also to industrialization and scale-up. And that's why there is a close link between FP10 and the European Competitiveness Fund, in order that we bridge this gap and that we have a whole investment journey. In the FP10, thanks to the engagement of the whole community, of the CESAR joint undertakings, we have managed also to include an aviation moonshot. So our, let's say, story and ambition as a field, it's already included, and we intend to support work going on under the negotiations and in the shaping of the future. Just to give you a bit of idea in numbers, what the European Competitiveness Fund, how it is organized. So the FP10, Horizon Europe, it's 175 billion, which includes research. And the other part, it's 4 windows. It's the clean transition, which is one of the window of 26 billion. It is the health, which is a separate window of 20 billion, around 20 billion. It is the digital leadership, which is really a significant, if you notice, it is the double of the 2 other windows. So it's really an important funding coming from this window. And there is, of course, the defense and resilience and security window, which takes a lot of the budget, which also a bit reflects the situation that we are today, and where the most of the funding will go. So today, as we see today, most of our initiatives are under the clean transition and industrial window, but we have also to think of the link that we have with digitalization, because I think most of the things that we do also can fall under digitalization. It is still unclear to see how the funding from different windows will be assured, but this is how, for the moment, the structuring of the ESF budget presents. Now, coming back to us, this was high level. Coming back to us, I think we are well prepared in CESAR. The CESAR joint undertaking have helped us a lot in that. We have the vision, we have the ATM master plan, the digital European sky. I think we have the vision and we have the concept and we know where we want to go. There are 10 CESAR deployment objectives. Now it is a question of how to make them happen and how to translate that into action. All the CESAR deployment objectives are important, but in this slide I will particularly highlight the new service delivery model because it's one that it is significant and it requires a big transformation. And then I will also talk about some of the other elements. We really believe that with these new funding opportunities, it's also a chance for us to completely transform the ATM systems. You have heard many times the words to decouple service delivery from infrastructure, service-oriented, cloud-based architectures. For us, these are not only words. We really believe in them. We really believe that the shift to this new architecture will bring benefits and will allow us, it's more of an enabler that will allow us to build AI applications, to do data exploitation first, data sharing, common data sharing, and based on that to exploit this data. And here it is the role of all the people in this room of standards, of standards for services, to define the services and the interfaces. Because only through these standards we will be able to have an environment where we can have cross-border, multi-vendor platforms and interoperability. So the role of EUROCAE in the new service delivery model is really crucial because it's the one that addresses the standards. And also, when I spoke before about this value of death between research and deployment, we all know that that relies a lot in the fact that if we miss the standards, we cannot go to the next stage of deployments because the standards will enable deployments. So we have already a mechanism in our Single European Sky regulation, which are common projects. So now the Common Project 2 proposal, it's being debated heavily and being led by Alain, who is sitting there quietly. So we really count on the dialogue between different operational stakeholders, industry, everybody come together, that we align regulation, operational needs, industrial strategy, all your industrial roadmaps, and the EU funding, so that when we will have this alignment, we believe that we can bring this needed action and make the vision a reality. Now, in the CES, there are several elements. I mean, CES, it's a loved and hated area. We have, at least from our side, from the beginning, tried to do our best with of course, with the participation of our member states. In the CES 2+, there are several provisions that we consider are improvements. One, it is the decoupling of service provision with air traffic data services. This is now just a provision, an article. How to do it, it's something that we are working on it. We have provisions to enable cross-border service provision. We have new rules for ownership and control, which, if you see the higher ambitions of the Commission, really fall into the resilience and sovereignty objectives. And we have the climate-optimized trajectories, which exactly now have a really particularly meaningful place, because we see the fuel crisis. It was always the case that we wanted to save fuel and track miles, but I think now more than ever we also need for other reasons than green. It's also a resilience objective. Now, the CES has different pillars, has the performance, the safety, the technology. The CESAR program has the human factors. So in all these different pillars, they need to be aligned if we want to incentivize the good behavior, the wanted behavior. We cannot push for technology modernization if the performance and charging scheme regulation is not aligned to incentivize the NASPs to do the needed investments. So there is the opportunity for the RP5 regulation, which is being, that will be developed and will for next year to incentivize, to put in place mechanisms of incentivizing the rollout of modern ATM infrastructure. In the technology, as I already mentioned, the Common Project 2, it's our tool to have a synchronized deployment and a mandated deployment for specific parts of the technology. We have an opportunity because we will need to revise the network functions where it is included also the deployment of the European ATM infrastructure. So there as well, we have an opportunity to improve things, to do them better. For the safety part, already since 2023, we have the ATM conformity assessment framework, which in 2028 will become applicable. So there as well, we have an opportunity to do things better. And of course, for the human factors, we are trying to work on aspects because all it's related, especially our area, it's an area that has the human at the center. So that's why it is really important that this central element remains in our thinking when we do a technical transformation. We need that this is followed with rules on ATCO licensing, on enabling ATCOs to work cross-border, cross-sector. So all this needs to come together for the things to happen. Now, I mentioned the new service delivery model because one that requires major investments. However, we don't forget about the other areas that we have pushed before and we will continue to push, and that is, of course, air-ground connectivity, the need for a resilient air-ground connectivity, which is the enabler of TBO. At the end, we should not forget that despite the ambitions that we have to modernize, we still have operational problems. We need really to solve this summer, next summer, the summer after that. And for that, we have all agreed towards the ATM master plan that the TBO, it's the concept that will help us to have operational benefits and climate optimized trajectories. So we will continue to support TBO, and for this, we need to continue to support the air-ground connectivity. VDL Mod 2, it's an existing technology. Yesterday, it was very interesting, the presentation from Collins on the different technologies that we have for the multi-link concept. We believe, though, that for resilience, we also need a sort of terrestrial backup. LDAX, it's a good candidate. I think its success will depend on all of you here. It needs to be standardized, otherwise it cannot be used in aviation. So we really, this is a call for us to you to support us in the standardization of LDAX. Some other areas that we are following, in DigiMove files, it's also the new entrants. And one of the new entrants category is the drones. This slide, I must say, comes mostly from my colleagues that work on the drone area. Just for your information, what is happening in that area. There was a recently adapted EU drone and counter-drone security action plan that has a set of actions. And also, we intend to start reviewing the drone 2.0 strategy to see the fit for purpose of some actions, if we need to modify the regulation, and to see, because we are seeing that U-Space, it's not having the upscale that we plan to. So we think that it is a good moment to take stock and see if we need to revise some of the actions in the drone 2.0 strategy. Of course, related to innovative air mobility, the objective is to move to certified eVTOL operations. New entrants also includes some higher new entrants than drones, lower, and it is higher airspace operations. These are HAPS platform, supersonic, hypersonic flights, suborbital flights in between, which are some new users that want to access the airspace. From the Commission perspective, we have a contribution agreement ongoing with EASA of 3 years, and we are working on several things. This is an opportunity to thank EUROCAE, because the first 2 studies that EASA did, legal study and demand analysis, were actually done by EUROCAE, and EASA is very happy with the results, so really thank you for your support. Now EASA has launched several studies on HAO. One is the CNS and Meteorological Services. I think it's a consortium led by Aegis that has been already launched. They have launched a study on aeromedical fitness. I think it's to be performed by NLR, if I am not mistaken. And the very recently launched study on safety, sustainability, and cybersecurity impact assessment, which is Airbus Protect. So in this contribution agreement, we are very happy, because I think EASA managed really to gather through their studies the main industry working in this area. The objective of this contribution agreement is to have an initial regulatory framework by the proposal by the end of the project. Just this morning, I realized that I did not include another new entrant, which are zero-emission aircraft. Doesn't mean that we have forgotten them. We are participating in ASEA, and we follow, because this new entrance will definitely affect the ATM. They are also new because our aircraft that have different performance characteristics, so they will also need to be integrated, even though they are more like classical aircraft. But this is also an area that we are working on, and in ASEA we are part of Working Group 5 for their integration into the network. 2 quick topics coming mostly from my colleague Paco, but that are very important for this forum. It's the GNSS resilience. We had something called, there were many events, I think this was discussed yesterday. We had something called the June 2025 call, because we have 13 member states who wrote to the Commission calling us to take action. Based on this, we asked EASA and Eurocontrol to work on this. They joined forces. It's really a success story, because they were able to put together, they developed a joint action plan to address GNSS resilience, and it was published in March this year. And I think most of the discussions that we had yesterday on GNSS resilience at receiver level, it's important that we integrate this work in this action plan, because the action plan does not have only technical actions, but has also actions related to phraseology, to crew procedures, what to do when they encounter GNSS resilience. So this action plan tries to take the whole picture, and I think all efforts should be fed to this action plan. Another area is the interference with 5G, radio altimeters and 5G. There is a notice of proposed regulation from FAA. Just to inform you that we have sent a letter to the FAA recently asking that we join efforts and that we don't get the pressure of the telecom industry to go too quick. I think we need to give the time to have the right maps for the radio altimeter, so that we avoid that the airline industry has to retrofit several times. But when we have the right maps, that they have less retrofit initiatives. These elements come from our DEFIS colleagues who have been working for years to use GNSS systems in aviation, EGNOS and Galileo. So they continue their work. They have put most of the efforts that this work continue also in the next MFF. They are working on authentication of Galileo messages, the OSNMA, Open Service Navigation Message Authenticator, which has been endorsed by ICAO in a record time. And then in SBAS authentication and other receiver level measures, so they are supporting this work. And also they will continue, you will maybe find it in the slides, because I realize my time has has come. The forward priorities are advanced terrain, integrity support message, further continue working on authentication messages, and of course in EGNOS v3, which is a dual frequency multi-constellation system to be ready by 2032. My last slide, it's a call for broader support from EUROCAE on standardization. What you saw in my first slide is that a lot will be happening in the digital sphere. And I think this is a horizontal area in the Commission, and we have sector-specific needs. So we know Working Group 114, I think, in EUROCAE. It's developing an ED 324. Did I do my homework well? Yes. So I know you are being proactive, and we really encourage that you continue to do so, because I think our specificities need to be heard in the horizontal initiatives, and we need to have a proactive role to safeguard them when things like the cloud for different cloud technologies in Europe will be developed. We need to ensure that our ATM-specific needs are reflected on that. And of course, to continue working in cybersecurity, in environmental sustainability, and all the work that I mentioned on the new entrants. So thank you for your patience, even though I passed a bit my time.
Excuse me. Thank you, Lendina, for a very interesting and informative look at what the Commission's keeping an eye on at the moment. And clearly, there's a big agenda for everybody in the room to realise the vision from the Commission, and we look forward to serving that. In the earlier part of your presentation, you spoke about SDO8, the new service delivery model, and our next panel is going to take us on a deep dive into that particular topic. A little bit different to a normal panel, because of the interest of particularly of our industry partners in this topic. We have a rather broad scope of speakers and panellists for us today, and I take the opportunity now to welcome our panellists to the stage, and I'll go from right to left. So first we have Pascal Rohr from Thales, Michael Holzbauer from Frequentis, Morris Milikovic from DFS. There you go, Morris, thank you. Sakis Tsialas from EASA. You first. Our moderator, Alan Sibert from Cesar Joint Undertaking. Klaus Meyer from Skyguide. Jorge Minguez from Indra. And last but not least, Simona Pieratelli from Leonardo. And with that, I hand to our moderator, Alan, and looking forward to a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to moderate what I hope will be a very interesting panel for all of you. I must say I'm a new council member. It's my first symposium, and I feel that the pressure is quite high on me. Thank you very much. I will do my best. Before going into the discussion, and by the way, we will also, of course, encourage you to submit questions. We want it to be as interactive as possible. I was asked to prepare a few slides to just tell you in a nutshell what the new service delivery model is all about. And I have done it in a spirit of somehow also introducing it to non-ATM specialists, because I was told that let's say half of the room knows about ATM, the other half doesn't, or something like this. So I will go very fast, but it's kind of for the ATM specialists in the room, maybe a repetition. Apologies for that, and for the aircraft people in the room, hopefully it will spark your interest, because ultimately, if done well, we feel that this transformation is not just relevant for ATM, but for aviation at large. If you look at it very simply, today the air traffic control in Europe is organized around 68 independent, heterogeneous and fragmented centers that all are somehow coupling very strongly hardware, software requirements, have been historically certified at national level. It's a little bit as if you would have 68 aircraft types operating within their respective airspaces, if you want, from an architecture logic perspective. It works very well. It is very safe. But we are seeing that for what is coming for the future, this is no longer operationally viable and does not allow us to introduce the type of changes we want to introduce in Europe. You see here a number of implications. Useless to say that if you want to make an upgrade of a system, would it just be, let's say, patch for security reasons? It can be very complicated, also from a regulatory perspective to authorize that. So it's essentially what has been done up to now and what we want to transform. It's a starting point of the journey. Everyone agreed that this needs to change. Obviously, there is no to limited scale effects here. There is also risks, operationally speaking, because it is hugely complex to maintain, to upgrade, to improve, to assure. It takes a lot of time to change. It typically takes 10 to 20 years to change anything. It is always through a major ATC system upgrade. We don't have unlimited resources, also talents. Basically, a lot of our engineering talent in the sector is locked into trying to maintain relatively old systems that are designed on old design logics, and we need to free up that capacity to be able to implement the changes that are needed. And somehow compliance with an evolving regulatory framework in Europe that is moving to a European framework with the EASA certification framework that is being put in place. I'm sure Sakis will tell us more about it, is also here in the background. So in short, the sector has decided that we want to depart from the first slide, move into an era where we apply nothing more than what other safety and security critical sectors have been able to apply, free up those resources to implement change, and also make the system more resilient. I need to underline this from an operational perspective, from a cyber resilience perspective. The good news is that everybody wants it. I have a very easy situation where the ground manufacturing industry and the ANSPs all agree that implementing this makes sense to everyone. Of course, everyone looks at it from a different angle, but the destination is clear. There is no more a debate on if we need to go. We are having, of course, a debate on how we will get there. So at EU level, this is not anymore just a vision. It is formally recognized as an EU deployment priority, one of the 10 that were mentioned by the Commission. It was further reinforced by a call for action with all of the key technology providers in Europe and air navigation service providers, Eurocontrol, even staff associations, IFATCA, IFATSEA joined this. It is now also in preparation for potential enforcement with the Common Project 2 proposal that was mentioned. EASA is also active on the topic with a task force that is set up. And we think that what we need to focus on now is essentially a focus that would move from systems to services. We need to also take into account that the roles and responsibilities are going to evolve because we see the emergence of a new class of service providers that is a data service provider, which is something that up to now historically in ATM has been entangled with air traffic service providers. And for that, we need to agree on what we need to standardize and have a very focused approach, because we have about 4 to 5 years to get that preparation ready. At the end, it all boils down to making sure we have an enabling regulatory framework to allow the industry to do it at pace. This is my last slide. You see here some of the key principles that are being discussed with all, because ultimately you will ask what are the concrete implications from a standardization perspective. If we speak of open ATM patterns, decoupling service provision from infrastructure layers, cloud-native architectures, well, at present we see the need for 20-ish standards that are critical, that need to be developed within the 4 to 5 next years. This is all being further discussed and confirmed at present, so I have a red tag here, pending confirmation with industry and EASA. But we are here not talking about a vision anymore. We are talking about how to make it happen, and how to make it happen in a relatively fast time frame. This concludes my quick presentation. I hope it helps those that are from the aircraft domain understand a little bit more concretely what we are talking about. And I would now like to start the panel. Of course, we have many panelists. And I will throw a first question at Simona, and I will invite everyone to reflect on it. We are here embarking on a major transformation, which means that we need to accept to let go of certain practices and habits. So first question would be, what do you think we need to accept to stop doing now if we are embarking on this journey?
Yeah, thanks, Alain. First of all, I'm very honored to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm working in Leonardo as head of CESAR programs, and SDO8 is one of the most important topics for us to address in the medium term. If I may, I would like to emphasize more what we are doing and we need to continue to do in the very near future. We started this journey towards the new service delivery model in a very coordinated manner between industry and NSP. From the beginning, all the things were shared together, agreed, discussed, and I think this is the real things that could lead to have an irreversible transformation of ATM. Because if a stakeholder and customer will work together, the solution have a very high percentage of successful. In this context, what we have stopped to do, to think as fragmented, as you already mentioned, Alain, in your slide, we need, I like very much when we talk about harmonization of the system in Europe. Make all the data exchange between all of Europe without barrier. So, and to achieve this goal that is very challenging, standardization is the key point. And what we have in front of us for the next 4 or 5 years, it's a huge work on the standardization point. And if we will be able to work all together and to make the standard real, not only words, but real standard, we are in the right way to make this transformation irreversible, because we will have the trustness of what we are doing. We have the support to maintain really a transition plan from our monolithic system to the new service delivery model. And other things from the industry point of view that we have to stop to do, that sometimes happen, is to have, let me say, also the secure funding for industry and NSP to make this really an opportunity. Sometimes we start with energy, and we are stopped because we found issue in have funded that supported this initiative. So we need to create the right environment to support all the activity that is needed for having a deployment at the end.
Thank you, Simona. Jorge?
Thank you, Alan. So before I answer your question, I really would like to complement what you said before to the why we're doing this. And I think it's important just to understand the framework and the motivation and the drivers. As ground industry, and especially in my case, so first of all, I work for Indra, CESAR team, responsible for CESAR and innovation. When I joined the team 2 years ago, I asked a question to my colleagues, and I asked, so there are a lot of projects that we do in CESAR, a lot of things related to innovation. How much of what we have done has ended up in a product? So what is our industrialization ratio? So people look at me a little bit confused, like, why? Who cares? Well, so I really wanted to figure out, to give a background. So why do we work on these projects? And we came up with a number. It's 60%, by the way. I don't know if it's a lot or very low, but a lot of the funding that we have got since CESAR, since Horizon Europe, has ended up in our products. And a lot of the, so one of the reasons also why, or one of the metrics that we saw also in this analysis is the cycle of innovation. And we looked into our company and also tried to benchmark this with other companies. Basically, in our ATM industry, it can take up to 10 years between the kickoff of an innovation project up to deployment. And 10 years is a really long time. So trying to coming back to the why we're doing this, we strongly believe as ground industry that SDO8 can accelerate the innovation for us. Standardizing modules makes it easier to do lifecycle management for each of these modules. So at the end, we have a huge potential there to reduce the deployment of innovation by up to 40%. So that's one of our main motivations, not only make our customers happy with customization. If you're not into the ATM world, 4 air traffic controllers, 5 opinions, so that keeps you busy for a while. So that's why we need to focus on how to shorten innovation. And trying to coming back to your question, Alan, so for us, standardization is a virtuous cycle. So we need to standardize the innovation of yesterday so that we can create the right baseline for the innovation of tomorrow. And these steps are necessary so that we can have the good baseline in terms of technology in order to follow the priorities that the Commission shared this morning. And if I could just make one wish for what we should stop doing, sometimes in Europe I have the feeling we are strongly focused on consensus, which sounds very positive, but if you look at the outcome, very often you are stuck in consensus. So Klaus rightfully always puts the example, sorry if I'm taking this from you, there was an architecture study back in 2019 where all this was very, clearly defined. For newcomers, it was a highlight to enter into the ATM domain with this document because you could clearly see what is in the CES2 Plus regulation today, ADSPs, ATSPs, makes sense. So here we are doing panel discussions still. So if I can make a wish, why don't we start? There is a discussion in EUROCAE to start a working group to work on the standardization of services. There is already a consensus for the first number of services. We're not going to make any mistake by start standardizing. So my suggestion would be, let's just take a couple of those services, let's start the work. And if you come back here next year and there's still a panel on this matter, please have some of you ask, have you started already? How is it going? Thank you.
Klaus.
Thank you, Jorge. You threw me so many curveballs now. First of all, I'm very happy to see what Ledina was presenting about what the plan is in Europe, and I'm very happy that we have a clear idea of what we want to do. I fully agree with Simona that fragmentation is the issue that we need to address, and we need to address it not just technologically but also operationally, the way of how we want to manage an airspace in the future, because in 5 years we will have big problems, and we have enough reports and assessments done again and again and again, saying we will have a problem. Now, why are we not further? And Jorge, you're absolutely right. Why do we still talk about it? Why do we have these discussions, those workshops, those studies, and so forth? And I do believe what we have to stop doing is throwing money after obsolescence management and not innovation, because that's what we have been doing the last decade. Yeah. We should have been really much more decisive of identifying what initiatives and programs are really following the ATM master plan, which is a plan now to show us what we need to do, and put the money there. Because what we have been doing, and I think, Jorge, you nicely put it that way, and I'm happy you asked that question in your company, what happens with the money that we get from Europe? And you surprised your people. That surprises me that this is a surprise, but yeah, what we have been doing is basically obsolescence management. Every 10, 15 years, we put hundreds of millions in replacing old monolithic systems with little functional improvement and say this is how R&D and innovation should work in Europe. And that has to stop quickly. And I think the new service delivery model has a clear plan. And now we need to be consequent on how we're doing it. We need to have the right technical regulation on the EASA side, because I strongly believe it's a simplification of what we have been creating the last 40 years. The modernization will make it simpler, not more complex. And I always hear it's becoming more complex. No, it will be much more simpler if we apply modern technologies that have already been in use outside of this industry. And the other thing is on the commercial economic regulation, that the funding is not done on a fragmented national perspective for countries or member states, but anything that helps us to strengthen the European network. And that is ignored. It's still ignored. So then, the ground equipment suppliers, they do what the customers want. The customers want an optimization in the member states, in the countries. So we put money to optimize the service in the countries instead of thinking of what do we need to do to optimize the European network. And I think that's, for me, at the core of what we need to stop doing.
Good transition to EASA. Sakis.
Thank you. Also blending the two interventions, I will say, from the industry, both the service providers, but also the manufacturing industry. The regulatory framework and the supporting regulatory framework, I think, is already a bit more advanced than what I think also Klaus said and Jorge, whereby the basic regulation was already adapted in 2018, and it already led to a change where the roles and responsibilities of what the manufacturing industry and what the service providers have to do is clearly outlined in the regulatory framework. On the one hand, you have the service providers that have to ensure the operational safety of the service provision to, I will say, the airspace users, and the manufacturing industry that has to ensure that the products, equipment, they are also meeting the intended use of the concepts or the operational concepts they have been designed for, and they also meet the requirements and the specifications and the detailed specifications. Why I'm saying this? Because this framework already entered into force in 2023, and it is based on principles that are already in place for many years in the airborne sector. So this is not new, and we are quite familiar. So in terms of the service delivery model, we also think that this framework, both the regulatory framework for the technical part, the manufacturing, but also the service provision part, is fit for purpose and can accommodate also the certification needs of the new service delivery model. It is highly flexible. Now, having said this, and I will also come to your question, Alain, is that I would like to introduce also a bit that the framework consists of two pillars, like it is in the airborne side. You have the design and the production organizations that know their products and that hold also the design authority of their products against, and they need also to ensure that the products are certified against the specifications that are developed in collaboration and cooperation, I will say, with the industry who have the knowledge and expertise. And then when equipment are designed and produced, they need also to be attested. And I would like to already introduce that in the context of this, I will say, event, I will only speak of certification. But in our system, we have 3 attestation methods depending on the proportionality and of the criticality levels from safety standpoint. Certification, the highest criticality level, statement of compliance, the lowest, and then declarations, the middle, depending on the privileges that the DPOs receive. So it is quite a risk-based approach. Having said this, and I want also to go a bit quick over to the service provision part, and this was already introduced by Lendina, but also the colleagues, Alain, in terms of decoupling, decomposing the service provision elements of our regulatory framework. The CES system already introduced that in the future you will have an additional type of service provider who is the air traffic data service provider. He's going to collect, aggregate, and also provide that data for the purposes of air traffic service provision. So this is a different type. It can already be accommodated within our current system, but also this new role and responsibilities, even though they are described, they need to be further developed so that everyone has clarity of what those different roles and responsibilities entail when we speak about air navigation service providers and air data service providers, where you can have also in the future an air traffic service provider who is different from the air navigation service provider and who is also serving more than one air navigation service providers. So this is the kind of decoupling, defragmentation, and in a way also harmonization that we are trying to contribute to by also having parties that will focus and increase knowledge and expertise in a certain sector and segment of the service provision part. Now, in terms of, I will say, the technical framework, which is also the core of today's discussion, we have already started work. We have created, when Alain triggered us, an EASA SOA task force, which is quite similar to what we do for airborne industry. When we know that something new is coming, we need to identify the technical challenges so that we can come with recommendations for adjusting the regulatory framework, but also capturing what is needed for industry standards that are consensus-based. Most standards are consensus-based. So we have already this crucial elements of convergence as part of our framework, because the industry standards that are going to be developed, they are also going to be referenced in our detailed specs, like it is for airborne industry, when they are fit for purpose. We will also continue to engage in standardization development organizations, and we will also continue on the mandate from the Commission to coordinate activities at European level for, I will say, the ATM standardization activities. And I'm not going to list the coordination mechanisms that are in place. I think Lendina already highlighted them. And last but most important, we will work with all the parties here to ensure that the detailed specs that need to accompany this transition, they are fit for purpose for manufacturing and ANSPs, but mainly for, I will say, the industry that needs those detailed specs also to ensure that the products that are developed are fit for purpose. So on your question, Alain, what do we need to do perhaps less? Of course, I agree. I think this fragmentation cannot be supported anymore in the future. So we should not continue developing products at country level that are specific for one, I will say, customer. I will say that we need to start focusing on common functions, interfaces, and also the associated performances. We need to be brave to start also this reflection on how we will decouple the functions from the platform. And yesterday's panels and drones, the same discussion took place. This is an element that's and a challenge, but it will be a necessity. And of course, there are also other challenges which I believe are essential for the industry. If we want to keep up the confidence, is that we should perhaps see what the right speed and pace is, because we need to keep up the confidence of industry high by also having starting with a standard at the right moment. Iterative revisions of standards are also not helpful, like we have seen also in the past from the airborne side. So this is also an important element, a message that I would like to pass today to, I will say, also to this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakis. Now, Maurice from DFS.
Thank you, Alain, for the question. So the question was what we believe we should stop to implement and accelerating the implementation of the new service delivery model. And from my perspective in DFS, I'm the head of the solution design department, so I'm deeply involved in the technical part of this transformation. And I think the most important point at the beginning is that everybody is aware that this is a transformation. I think it was stated yesterday, a transformation means that we come from a stable environment to an unstable. So there are unnecessarities, so we need to accept that, and we need to be very optimistic, and you said brave, this is exactly the word I would use, to start this kind of transformation. So having in mind all the experience we have in the past for the last 2 or 3 decades, we develop processes and tools to solve problems in the way we did it in the past. So accept that there is new technology, new architecture, new people, new processes. We should accept this, which means that we stop doing the same way like we did it in the past. I think this is a very important thing, to accept this, to build a right baseline, to be open-minded for the new challenges that are in front of us. So especially for the new service delivery model, Jorge, you stated this, start working. In the topic of this panel, it's the implementation part. So we really need to start implement what we need. This means for different participants, different things. So for the ground industry, it's more technology-wise. For EASA, more the part of safety regulations. And also for EUROCAE to start to develop the right standards in the right form and for the first step. So this is what I propose, what I think it's very important. Start doing, do the first step, learn, see how it goes, but start. This is, I think, what we should do.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, so we heard already about many things what we should stop doing. Yeah, there's not much left. However, one element or 2 elements in there which I would like to mention is you said the transition and the whole transition. But I'm speaking more about a concrete transition plan for each individual customer, for each individual ANSP. ANSPs, they started already or are still in the phase of deploying systems based on current technology, on legacy technology. So their transition plan to new technology is probably something they have insight in 10 or 15 years or 20 years, what Alain said before. So I think we should stop thinking of long transition periods, but really make it happen that also those ANSPs or ADSPs who are today deploying legacy equipment, that we, the community, help them to have a short as possible transition period. So by financing mechanisms or whatever options also the European Commission might see there. So Lindina said before, the incentivation of early movers, that's fine, but also we need to support those who are currently stuck on their old legacy systems. Second point I would like to mention here is we started discussing the new service delivery model with the signature of this famous letter of commitment. I think it was in June 24. So we are now about 2 years later. During the last 2 years, many panel discussions, many presentations have taken place, and what I feel is that we still do not share the same understanding what it is all about. Coming from level 1, level 2 service decomposition, what are the essential elements? Going to attestation, what Sakis mentioned. So where do we need or where do we have from a regulatory perspective the right level of certification on what is a platform? When talking about CP2 implementation, we learned in the CP2 drafting exercise, there is a milestone M2. Some of you might know what it is, but I don't think that we still share the same understanding of it. So we should stop seeing it all from an individual perspective, but be more open on trying to understand what the other parties, the other stakeholders really mean.
Thank you. Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. It's okay, yes, I don't know. You are listening?
No.
Mic is not working, so. Okay, so thank you very much. Before saying what we have to stop, I would just to remind why we are believing in this new service delivery model, at least at Thales, in fact, is in fact the next step of our journey since many decades, is that as ground manufacturer, we are always evolving our technology. We are not sticking in the 80s. We already changed several times our technologies. So we are changing the software language, we are changing the platform every time. The problem is that it's not standardized. It's our decision to do something that will be different to the Leonardo, to the Indra, etc. And it's also to answer the NSP requirements that are putting in their call for tender, etc. And this is exactly what you described at the beginning, that there is fragmentation, small island, everybody is saying, yes, this is what I would like to have in my country, in my borders, etc., etc. So to jump to that, is that what we should stop is to try to avoid this kind of fragmentation on the NSP side, to start to say, okay, I'm stopping to request something that it is not exactly what the other have, and trying to have something more product. So in our strategy, we are trying to do this kind of product, and we are still facing different NSPs, not only in Europe, because we have a worldwide market, and we are seeing a lot of NSPs that are saying, yes, but your product, I want to change that, I want to change that. Okay. So either we say no, and we have other companies that will say yes. so this is the difficulty. So what we should avoid is to change, which we should do together in Europe, is to change the mindset together. As Simona said at the beginning, we have to work together between NSPs, between ground manufacturers, saying, okay, what we should do together to have the same direction, to follow this direction together, and in fact facilitate both sides. And the second stuff that we should avoid is to think that new service model is a technical issue. It is not a technical issue. Technical issue is easy to solve. So stop to say it's just technical. No, it's not technical. We just not change the technology. We just have to change our mind. We have to change the way we are selling product. We have to, or buying a product, etc., etc. And that's it.
Thank you, Pascal. I asked everyone, you remember, what should we stop doing? I think we have a number of ideas around that. I think also things we should be doing more. Instead of throwing another question at you, I would like first to ask if anyone would like to react to something that someone said, would like to complement, challenge, enrich. Otherwise, I go for a follow-up question. So it's a question to all of you.
Do you want me to respond? For me, I would just like, because Michael and Pascal picked that up and said, you know, the challenge we have is the defragmentation. ANSPs want to optimize their operation because that's the mandate. It's sovereignty, it's state mandated. Do we make a mistake by basically taking the legacy system, the legacy architecture, and try to build the new solution from that old mindset? So having a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach to say, what do we need in capabilities in Europe to deal with the capacity crunch hitting us, then defining the services, the processes and the services, and then develop the solution, TBO, a trajectory-based engine for a European network, not for a local network. And only then say, how do we connect that to the sector separation in an ACC area or in a country? So don't you think that is probably one of the issues, that we are starting from the standardization of our legacy instead of standardization of what we need to do in the future? And if the answer is yes, why haven't you started doing that? You too.
I told them to allow themselves to be challenging to one another.
No, I agree with you. Is that, not to answer directly, but to make a comment on that, is that we, or at least for us, we are not standardizing what we have today. We would like to standardize something we would like to have. Yes, for sure, we have some assets that we will continue to have. We will not rebuild everything from scratch, for sure. But we already started our revolution internally as part of my company, Thales. We already changed a lot of software and use of hardware that we have in our product. So we are not saying we would like to standardize what was already delivered 10 years ago. No, this is not the case. What we should avoid also is that what you mentioned about the needs of the NSPs is completely right. This is what you would like. You want to have more capacity, etc., the crunch. But we should not fall into, but I would like to have your system designed like that. It will be a mistake also to request to standardize what technically the system should be. We should avoid that also, because at the end, it will be like saying to an airlines that they would like to say, okay, I want to have my aircraft like that. No. The aircraft, this is aircraft manufacturer that know how to build an aircraft and not the airlines. So it's similar to that. So we have to be careful on where is the limit between your needs as NSPs and the capacity to build a product that could be able to address the capacity.
Pascal, I meant the need for the improvement of the European network, not the ANSP. Exactly the different, you know, the European network.
I understood what you said, but
okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So if I may, just would like to complement. So I think we really need to be careful with how we frame this transformation. Careful also in terms of competitiveness. So you have probably here on this stage one of the sectors in Europe where you can, with a lot of pride, go outside of Europe and look at the aviation sector and say, we have one of the most competitive, we have the most competitive companies in Europe, European companies outside And if you look at the numbers, I think the numbers are there. This is not something we should argue about. So we really need to be careful how, and this is a little bit of a paradox, yeah? Because very often I ask myself the question, how did we become competitive? And if we look at the complexity of the ATM systems and, all the different cases you had to solve over the last 30 years for the lower airspace, solving conflicts, supporting air traffic controllers to solve conflicts in stress situations, we have in Europe one of the most complex airspaces around the world. It's very dense. There's hotspots where you had to solve really complex problems. And maybe you could also look at it this way. And as everything, you have to move from over history from one extreme to the others. But fragmentation has somehow influenced. I'm not going to say that thanks to fragmentation we have become competitive, but fragmentation has supported that we as ground ATM manufacturing industry have these complex tools to support that capacity that we can support today. So I think now we have reached the point where we have to move a little bit closer to the harmonization, because we see in Europe there's a strong push for competitiveness. I think we should really take this seriously. And this is the point where I think we should really be careful and maybe rethink how we're doing things. To your question, how many more planes are we moving with SD08? Alone with SD08? 0. How closer are we getting to solving the capacity crunch? We're getting closer because we consider SD08 as an enabler. It will facilitate the deployment of innovation in the future and so on. But if I look at the machinery around the European mechanisms to put innovation into deployment, if I look into CP2, how much AI are we putting in there? How much automation are we putting in there to move more planes, improve ATCO productivity, improve airspace capacity, and so on? And there are technological trends. This is, okay, not only technological, I agree, but in terms of technological development, we are reaching a point, especially with artificial intelligence, and I'm really thankful that the Commission presented this as one of the key priorities for SD08. Last week, we were also in the Commission. We discussed this with the Philip Cornelis, Director of Aviation, and he shared also this view. If you want to go for funding in the new MFF, you need to have AI in it. If not, forget about it. And we saw also very recently the case of Anthropic, the AI company that had to stop the release of a new AI agent. There was an emergency meeting with the banking industry, which you know, Klaus, where they had to say, what do we do? Because the release of this agent would have very quickly jeopardized how the banking system works. So we really need to be careful where we put our focus. Yesterday was the banking industry. We need to rethink what we're doing here, and we're working with safety critical infrastructure. Last week it was the banking industry. We need to be careful that we put the right priorities, and I think SD08 is the right priority, but at the end what we need to work on is increase automation, move more planes, and consider that we're working with resilience and safety critical systems. We really need to keep that in mind.
On the local level again, because that was my point. My point was, why have we not started to build a TBO concept and solutions for the European network? This is what the ATM Master Plan says. Why are we still optimizing local solutions? You haven't answered that question.
It's part of the system, Klaus. It's not. It looks like the ground manufacturing industry could solve the problem of how we work in Europe. We still are 27 countries.
If I may, I think, Klaus, you're addressing a very good point here. When talking about fragmentation, it's on one hand geographical fragmentation, on the other hand, it's also stakeholder fragmentation we are facing here. So currently we are still in a phase where I see stakeholder fragmentation. So we have the ground industry speaking to each other, we have the ANSPs speaking to each other, and we have not come to a point yet where we share a joint vision, a really well thought through vision. And standardization would be just a first point, and I think that's the most important point to start with. Yeah, but we do have a full series of activities to do until we come to deployment. So the full industrialization roadmap. I'm coming back to the topic of incentivization and competitiveness here. Yeah, so I think those who are fast in developing, those who are fast in standardization, in contributing to an agreed industrialization roadmap, those will have also success internationally, globally. Yeah, so I fully share your view, Jorge. It's not only a European view, it's a global, international view, and we as manufacturer will have to consider all the safety critical elements, not only for Europe on local base, but even more on international base, strengthening by that our global footprint.
But Michael, if I may, I completely agree on your view, but all this work is in our hand. We have all the means to achieve the target. We need to start working together, find the best solution in terms of time and on, let me say, compromise between all the expectation, because we need to avoid to stuck in the standardization, try to accommodate all the needs and all the requests. We need to be very smart and find the solution that is the best and facilitate to have the solution fast. If we will be able to do this, we will achieve the goal. Otherwise, the timing will go long, because we already experimented this part.
Because if we, I am just having in mind the view of the audience. And I'm a little bit afraid that we are suffering a little bit from entropy, not to use entropic, and I would like us to step back a little bit from the ongoing intra-European debates we have, because we are also in a process of developing a regulatory proposal from the Commission, so it's all very lively. If I may, Sakis, and I also now have a long list of, let's say, questions that start popping up, is to think of it more like, from a global perspective, why does it matter to get it right? So we understood this is a huge industrial transformation. It would be a grave mistake to make it relevant just for Europe. So this is something I would like us to reflect on. I can equally say on the US side, we have signals that the FAA is going in that direction, probably with very different timescales, with very different resources, and in a arguably less complex environment, because it is one state. Here we are talking more at standardization perspective about a change in the way we would be doing software assurance on the design of software development. We are looking at potentially certain platforms that would be used not just for delivering services in Europe, but outside of Europe. So I would like just to trigger a bit of, let's take some distance and think of it, why this is important, not just for Europe. I'm inviting you to share your views.
I can just comment on what you said, that I'm completely right, because as a worldwide product we are selling, if we are just focusing on product, we will create on Europe, we will create two products, one for Europe and one for the rest. So we did that in the past at Thales, for example, because we got different flavor of our product depending on the Asia Pac and Europe, etc. So we changed that some years ago after COVID, and we said that we have to go in a single product with single way of working, single CONOPS on an ATC system, to avoid to have a different flavor developed in different part of the world. So yes, it would be a mistake if we are doing only for Europe this kind of revolution in terms of technology.
Anyone else? Yes, Jorge?
I would try to answer maybe with a question, if I may. Do we want in Europe to, I mean, we agree we want to harmonize with the rest of the world, has advantages for everyone. Do we want in Europe to export our complexity, or do we want to import simplicity?
Shall I answer it?
Can I?
I think maybe just I think it was also clear before with Mr. Nakufi's presentation. The plans of Karat in Japan is based on the same principles. Trajectory-based operations, and behind there you need a new service delivery model because you can't run it on the old legacy architecture. The same is true in the US with the CAP program, the Common Automation Platform, the same requirements. If you go to Southeast Asia, similar requirements. So it was never meant to be a pure European tackle, but it's a global challenge that we need to solve. If we can solve it in Europe, we have a head start in the rest of the world. So that's the incentive.
Sakis.
And also trying again to bring this common view, at least from EASA perspective, is that I think once we embrace also the principles that have worked for many years on the airborne side, we will realize that it can accommodate everything that was said so far by, I will say, to the, both segments of industry. Why? Because the underlying, I will say, logic of detailed specs is centered about a CONOPS, operational concept. It is about that. You need to have first identified this so that you can also produce something, an equipment, like was said by colleagues, that meets also that operational concept, I will say, objectives and requirements. And simply to highlight also why we believe that we have also all the instruments, like Simone said, in place in Europe, but also the additional regulatory instruments that could eventually also incentivize, but also accelerate this transformation. I will say from standardization perspective, also answering a bit Jorge's, I will say, challenges, which we have also identified and captured. If we want to make it, I will say, we need, in the context of the standardization development organizations, ensure that we put the priority on the functionalities that are safety critical. So these are the ones that will also be driving this process. Why? Because in this common system, if you have a failure in one of the systems, it will impact most of the, I will say, providers. So that is an essential element, and this is, I think, also an important driver that I will also try to bring as a message in this forum. And then I will say also from international perspective, we strongly believe, and I think this was also one of the drivers why the European system has gone for that system and trying to decouple and decompose the system between the manufacturing and in terms of roles and responsibilities, is because it will also contribute to industrial competitiveness in Europe, but also worldwide. It will ease procurement process at world scale, because also foreign authorities and parties, they will have the confidence that the industrialization process is fit for purpose. Why? Because it is based on standards, detailed specifications that meet certain safety requirements and security requirements. And it will then probably also reduce the burden on the side of the manufacturing industry. We will most probably not need to, I will say, re-verify their products if, I will say, also the foreign authorities accept that that verification has already happened at European level. So I think trying to blend the different perspectives, I think we are creating benefits for all the segments of our European industry, and also making the transition and also accelerating the implementation of a new service delivery model. Now, having said this, I understand also that some, I will say, service providers outside Europe, they will not be at the pace of taking up those new models, and where industry will need to accompany and deliver products that are still non-new service delivery model. But I think this is something that manufacturing industry is also used to accompany. Of course, it should not be that long, because that will create other challenges for the manufacturing industry. But this is also a process that we need to be mindful of, that we cannot have for very long times this kind of double process ongoing. Thank you.
I will throw in another question that comes up from the audience, and it's about cloud, which is an essential component of the implementation of the new service delivery model. How can we make use, in a safety critical context, of cloud technology, rely less on site-specific servers and infrastructure? And the question is, how do we move to cloud while aligning with digital sovereignty? And I think it's I would say, an important angle, but I would also maybe say from a safety, security perspective more generally. And I will invite you to reflect on it and why it's important to crack that, not just for ATM, but maybe for aviation at large. So let's spend some time on this. It was a best-rated question from the audience. Who would like to start?
Well, I can start. I would propose to start because some of you may know that in DFS we are still working since a couple of years on using cloud technology for our core ATM system. And I think one very important thing is to differentiate between cloud technology and who provides cloud environments. So these are different things. Inside DFS, we make the decisions according to our regular, to our oversight agency, that we are using this cloud technology in our own basement for our core ATS system. So this is one of the possibility we have to get familiar with this kind of technology. There are more than only a few of the hyperscaler that provide the same kind of technology. So using this technology is something different than rely on hyperscaler. So this is the one key element that everybody needs to understand. And we believe that it's very important to getting know to this technology, to interchange with all of the participants in this industry, with all of you who are here in this panel, that you can differentiate between these two things. I think this is the first step.
Simona,
if
yes?
I may, on the cloud.
I just need to say we have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to
use Simona's term. Our time has come.
I'll try to be very short. For me,
we cannot speak.
When we talk as cloud, many people feel fear about cloud because things about on Google, on the open cloud that exists, everybody can access, but cloud is already used in critical safety domain like the private communication. We are not the first that we are start using cloud. So we need to make pass the message that cloud could be secure if you design your network in the right way. We need to avoid to think that cloud is something that is not usable for the critical safety domain. It's not the truth.
Anyone has a last perspective? If not, then this would be the conclusion. Let's embrace new technology for not just for Europe, for the better global aviation at large. Let's work together. And obviously, there is still a lot of ground to cover, but standardization in this has been key. Let's stop customizing. Let's work together, technology providers, service providers. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, especially to Alain, for managing a panel of 7 speakers within 1 hour and still getting some results out of it. So special applause to you, Alain.
Well done. Yes.
And thank you. I think this panel really shows how we need coordinated actions from all of the stakeholders now to move things along. I think for us, we heard a very strong plea, get started, and I really look forward to continuing those discussions on the Council and on the TAC going forward. Now, that brings us to our next agenda item, lunch.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for the last session of the day. So I hope you had a good lunch. I'd like to say thank you to the sponsors as well for the EUROCAE Symposium. And we'll move on to the final session. So we have a flash talk to start with, and then a panel about artificial intelligence.
I'm sorry?
And then some closing remarks. So next up, we'll have the flash talk from Airtel ATN. So they're a company based in Dundee, just next to Dublin, and they work on advanced data communication software for the aerospace industry. The flash talk will share how Airtel ATN get value from their EUROCAE membership, and including a look at any upcoming data link developments across several working groups. So please give a warm welcome to Santi Ibaz.
Kerala Miller Vulture, so 1,000 welcomes. So I've been in Ireland for 28 years. As maybe you don't know what Airtel, so I would like to play a game with you. As we're in an island, as the AA was saying yesterday, could you please, and I have the slot after lunch, could you please all stand up for me for a second, and we'll play a game. So whoever didn't fly here, as we're in Ireland, so whoever is from Ireland, please sit down. Okay. Nobody, okay, great. Whoever flew from the Italian airspace, can you please sit down? Over Italian airspace, I know Simone is not here, okay. Whoever flew from a European city or had a connection with a European city, can you sit down, please? Yes, counts, European. Whoever flew with an Airbus aircraft, can you please sit down? Okay, whoever flew with Ryanair, can you please sit down? Okay, I guess you flew with Boeing, so we get 1/2, so can you please two sit down? So you are the only one who hasn't used or flown here using our technology, okay? Okay, so one out of the audience, okay, so thanks for playing the game. Okay. Sorry, the standard. Okay. So why we participate on the standardization? So we're a small Irish company. We're around 30, and we only focus. We're a niche market. We only focus on data link. So for air traffic management. So what happened? Well, in 2008, at the time I was one of the lead engineers, I got a query from 2 customers. Can you implement data link? Yes, great. We are experts. Can you implement version H? What's version H? That's a B2, by the way. And then we got another query from another customer. No, actually, we want version I. Said, hold on. I didn't know there was more. We knew about B1. We didn't know what the versions are. So, you know, what happened? What do I do? So, what it means. What are these versions? Okay, why we have versions H, version 1, version I. They're not published documents. How we find those non-published documents that Europe is starting to implement? That's when we start implementing the B2. Okay? So why are we implementing 2 versions? Why we need 2 versions? Okay, and why they're incompatible? When we look at the standards, they said, well, they don't work together. So what the hell are we doing? So what was the solution? So we decided to actively participate in EUROCAE. So this is me on the right side, and EUROCAE on the left side. So basically, straight from the. So we decided we have to go to EUROCAE and understand what's happening. So go straight from the horse's mouth. Okay. So we became members in 2009, and we became then full members in 2010. What were our contributions to the standard? So especially for Working Group 78, and there's people here that work with me on those standards. And those, we were involved on those for, I think we started in 2008, they were published in 2014, 2016, 2023, and now we're doing it version C. So we actively participated. Those standard meetings are 5 days long, around, I think we did 4 to 6 sessions a year, so it's 30 days of commitment from a small companies, quite a lot. Why we had to do that? Because if not, we wouldn't be where we are. So we reviewed the standards. If you count H2N to 1A to 1E, that's 11 versions of the standards that we review, and we try to help. How will you help? Because we interop, we look at the standards, we look at the requirements, do they make sense? We cannot control it. We're not ATCOS. We cannot provide feedback on how operations are going to use, but we can tell you if technically that's going to work or not going to work. So that's what we did. So we then verified the test messages, and also we talked to all the other people that were implementing the same thing, so they had the same problems. So that's what we did. So what are the benefits for us? So from a point of view, we build the test tools to test these messages for being the air on the ground. We actually built 5 versions of the same tool. Okay, so we implemented 5 different versions of the software for 5 different versions of the standards. So from version H to validate CSR, version I to validate CSR, and then we implemented the version 1. We implemented revision A, that's currently flying in Europe, and we also implemented revision B, that's the one that's going to be flying on the next 2 to 3 years in Europe. I think we already done testing with revision B with some avionics manufacturers. What are the benefits of participating? Apart from traveling and visiting a lot of different places, the main one was when you read the standard from the first time and you haven't participated, you don't know what's mature or not mature. Okay, so there's some of the documents and some concepts in the documents that they were not mature. There was no intention ever to implement them, but they had to be there for reasons. So once we got there, then we could avoid implementing some of the things that would have been very expensive to implement for nobody to use. Okay, so we also we build a relationship so we can ask questions. How do you doing this? So we have relationships with Airbus, with Thales, with Leonardo, with Indra, with Garmin, with Boeing, a lot of people that we could talk to. We also could align to the avionics roadmap, understanding what are the roadmaps when they're going to deploy it. We also, because we participated in the standards, we had the standards first, so we were able to be first to market. That was our strategy, first to market, so to capture the market. And the key one, we reduced wastage. We didn't implement things that were not needed, okay? So we didn't implement fees, or we didn't implement dynamic RMP. Sorry for the guys in the US, that was FAA concepts that were not needed in Europe. And there was other concepts that were not mature. I'm sure there's a big list, I didn't put them in. So where we participate today, we participate, as I said, in Working Group 78. We work on the ED110, B, we work on the 228s. You can see 228, 229, 230, 231, the region A, region B is going to be region C. We participate also on a working group ICAO, ATN IPS. This is the IPS standards, that's the future. So we also participate in that. We also need to understand how we're going to interop with them. And we also participated in some of the definition of the MASP. And now recently we joined the working group 130, where Angus, my colleague, I attended a couple of meetings, but that's, I guess, trying to understand how we achieve the EPS certification and how the detailed specs will, do we have enough standards? Are the standards clear that we can have a detailed spec and we can implement that? Sorry, we not only participate in EUROCAE, we also participate in RTCA as the separate meetings. They're not fully aligned all the time. We also participate in AWC and we also participate in ICAO. I do remember, I think I was discussing that at the break with somebody, when we were working on IPS, the first meeting I went on WWC, there was 4 different standard groups working on the same thing. So it was a big effort, and Mike is not here, but my colleague from Honeywell worked on that, and he put a nice diagram showing who's going to work on what. So he got a bit of alignment after a year or 2 years, making sure there was no duplication of work. So I think coordination, and Anna, you know, the coordination with different groups, sometimes it must happen, but sometimes it's not easy, and they go at different paces. Sorry, maybe on this one, going back, what are the membership benefits? I mean, some are very tangible, okay? So again, I can participate in the working groups. We can have the free access to the standards. We can get all the working documents. So again, we're trying to work on the documents before, and implement the things before they're ready. And obviously, we get discount on EUROCAE training. There's some of the intangibles that are not there. Again, it's industrial links, okay? So we know people from we go at the conferences and standards, and we also work on the Eurocontrol, DMPG, DSG, but we get a different level of industry links. People are more focused on implementation. That will be more on the commercial side, so you can talk to the implementers, and you can get that. I can make a phone call to somebody or send an email to Airbus. I actually sent an email on last week to Airbus, to Frederic Beltrando. I said, when are you publishing Rev C? And he immediately answered me, this is the date we're planning. So great, thanks, that's the information I needed. Interoperability is key. I mean, we are a small player, and we need to interop. We're not a monolithic solution. We are definitely service-oriented architecture, but we need to implement. We need to interop on the air to the ground, and we need to interop on the ground communications as well. Networking, the travels. I mean, we had great fun, and absolutely, I still have very good friends in some of the standard groups. So what's possible? Like, this is more not from participating, but from a company perspective, as a CEO of the company. So it's an active participation. So it makes you think differently from where you're sitting in your ivory tower. So you're looking at the industry, what is the industry doing? Okay. Interoperability. This is key for me, and it doesn't matter what tools we want to implement or what some networks we're going to use. We have to be interoperable. We have to be able to talk between the air to the ground. And on the ground, we have to accommodate all the different aircraft that are going to fly in, and they all have different flavors. Even though we have standards, interpretation of the standards we get different understandings of the same sentence. And I don't know who said that yesterday about the comma at the end of a sentence. Yeah, so that happens, and you spend 3 hours, 4 hours discussing those. And if you haven't been at that meeting, you don't know the context. So then we spend time implementing something that's wrong. So I think participating there, understanding the concept or the discussions around that topic, it's a lot easier then to implement. Key, the same message. If we have a question or we want to do an interop, and we don't interop under the radar. So we talk, guys, can you send me a message? Can you encode this message for me? Or I have a problem here, or we get the same message. So that was great for us to be able to do that initial validation. Independence. We're small. We want to remain independent, and by participating in standards, we can keep that independence. We can align our roadmaps. I mean, we've seen the presentation about LDACs. We've seen the presentation about IPS. I went to a meeting, I think, 5 years ago, when 2022, to visit an ANSP, and they said, why do I need this? IPS will be here tomorrow. So they said, well, where do you hear that? I said, well, that's what they said. Well, no, have you been to any of the roadmaps? Have you seen any of the meetings? So IPS will be here at some point, but definitely not tomorrow. So, and that was 4 years ago. So again, if I was investing in the company and I had to build an IPS solution, I would have wasted 4 years of my company money. Trust. So people trust in Airtel because we participate in the standards, and that's why I think it's very viable. And we're ahead of the curve, so we're ahead of our competition because we participate in the standards. We know what's going to happen next, and we can build the products for the future. And it helps us there. People know that we're the reference data link system, so if you want to interrupt, you can test with Airtel. Airtel will always have the technology, the latest version of the software and the standards. So it allows us to participate in the standards, allow us to be the global leader in data link. And I said we're a niche company. We only focus on data link, but we try to be the leaders on that. Okay, we participate in, and this is the standardization, and also participate on the CESAR and a lot of the CESAR projects. But CESAR projects don't look at interop. They assume that the standards exist, so that's why it's not enough to participate in CESAR. You also need to participate in the standards, and that's why you appreciate being EUROCAE. In terms of cost, the cost of the membership is very low for a small company. The cost is in the time that people spend traveling and going to these meetings. But again, I think at the end you save that cost by implementing the right things for the customer ones. I think that's it. That's just a picture of Airtel. So how do I get those answers on if you flew with using Airtel technology? We have 13,000 aircraft equipped with that. We have over 26 NSPs in Europe using our technology, and we have one of the VDM2 networks uses our technology. The other one uses a competitor's technology. So only one of you did not fly using our technology. Okay, thanks.
traffic control tower or something.
Yeah, so I hope you all enjoy all the panels and the flat talk for the past 2 days. It's all inspiring and motivating for our industry. And it's now my great pleasure to welcome you to the last panel of this year's symposium, the first AI standard in aviation. So in this session, the esteemed speaker will be exploring how ready the industry will be when the ED 324, our standard joint with SE, will arrive in a couple of months. So to begin, please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker on the stage. So Marina Eftimou, the moderator from Dublin City University. Guillaume Sudan from EASA. Sandrine Serret from Airbus. Juliette Mattioli from Thales. Giacomo Gentile from Collins Aerospace, and Antonio Fernandez from Eisen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for staying over. It has been a long conference. It's the last session for today, so thank you very much. The weather outside is fantastic. So hopefully you will have some time later on. Okay, so this is the last session for the conference, and I think it's a very fitting one. We heard a lot about AI. The European Commission referred to that earlier on. Every single panel, more or less, referred to AI. So I have here my 5 esteemed panelists, and what we thought to do for this session is to have maybe some short presentations from the speakers, trying to cover a little bit of ground, because in an hour it's a very big topic. So I would like to invite first Julien to take the stage, and you can start. I'm just going to pass you the slides.
Thanks very much.
So we're going to have the presentations, and then we're going to start with the discussion, and we're going to take some questions from the floor using Slido. You can find Slido at the back of your badge. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you all for being here. Good afternoon. Very happy to be with you, and thanks EUROCAE for the invitation and for the very nice symposium so far. So I was asked by Marina to set the scene, explaining what is AI, what does it mean in aviation. It was mentioned in several panels, so you have a glimpse. It was mentioned also by Landina as a game changer for ATM in particular, but overall for aviation. So what we did on the EASA side, it landed actually on my desk nearly 2018 with the first anticipation from applicants saying, what do you do? We have a big boom of deep learning. We have solutions and interest in using those solutions. What can you do in order to certify safety-related AI in aviation? It was a statement of concerns. It landed on my desk. I was a software senior expert in certification at that time at EASA. And everyone understood AI as being software, which is part of truth, but not the full span of it. And one thing we saw directly by starting a task force, it's a multidisciplinary and multi-domain topic. It's interesting, not only product certification, ATM, but also maintenance. We saw yesterday also the use in drones inspection, for instance, for maintenance, and so on. It can be in safety management. And we started really looking at it from a big picture and created a first roadmap in 2020, which we released as the first plan that we wanted to go on in order to provide applicants, whatever they are, with the first objectives and preparing the certification framework for AI in aviation. So we started with the first phase of exploration, knowing that we didn't know everything, knowing also that AI is quite a large topic. And in parallel, the EU AI Act was in preparation, was published first time back in April 2021. At the same time, roughly, as our first concept paper. So we learned also from definitions, characterizations that were brought from the EU regulation. And we embraced it, but we also directly understood that AI in aviation as a specific touch. Of course, we will not use the full span of AI We are not engaging in that direction. We are more dealing with a safe subset of what AI can bring to aviation as a game changer for more efficiency, for enhancing safety in some cases. And this is what we started looking at from the perspective of typology of use of AI. We, at that time, anticipated 3 levels of AI, one purely assistance to the human, where the human keeps totally control of the loop of operations. Level 2, which is more about human-machine teaming, going more in the direction of cooperation, collaboration between systems and humans, and anticipating also, at last, level 3, advanced automation, with less human in the loop of operation, still human oversight per the EU AI Act, Article 14, at least in the development and from a delegated perspective in the system. And this is where we are. You can see the highlight in this second phase. We started 2024 based on an updated roadmap version 2.0 from 2023, which expanded, in fact, the technical scope. We had to take into account additional elements like symbolic AI coming back, because nothing new, but it's technology coming back and being more usable and more useful for industry. Large language models, as you all know, and probably all use them almost in a daily basis. So we had to consider the extension of scope and take this on board as well. And that's where probably a lot of you have already seen this slide. What I tried to put here with kind of orange stickers are the strategic enablers. Where are we and where are we going? We have 2 main strategic enablers that we see at the top. One is the concept paper. The concept paper is an exploration framework. We use it to develop and anticipate with industry through research, through innovation projects, also through the first certification projects, what are the objectives we need based on a statement of concerns. And then we anticipated quite from the start to go in a rulemaking task as of 2024, to start putting also crystallizing what means AI from a regulatory perspective, and from a factorized perspective. You will see that on the next slide that we have a generic approach and then a domain-specific consideration on how to call the generic part of it. And at the bottom, you see another challenge, which is not only on the side of industry, but also for us authorities, is the training aspect. Building competence, having the capacity really to deal with the new technologies and in a quite large span manner. This is where we come to the second and last slide. It's about the rulemaking concept. So I wanted to present it to you for 2 reasons. Maybe some are not familiar with this rulemaking. And second, because there is a slight update compared to the roadmap V2.0, which is noticeable, but not, I would say, an issue in itself. We have initiated the concept of, based on the EU AI Act at the top and the Article 108, which mandates the change of the basic regulation to take into account high-risk systems in aviation. We looked at this Chapter 3, Section 2, which contains all the requirements for high-risk systems, and we turned them into a set of detailed specification and AMC-GM. In the initial plan, we were even anticipating a Part AI, which we finally refrained from for many reasons, but one of them being that we are mainly addressing a technical aspect. So a detailed specification is a more flexible vector, in fact, to provide the set of requirements, and then using and dealing with AMC and GM provides the flexibility in this step 1 of the rulemaking to then deploy it in the step 2. You see the nice arrows going on the side of what exists already, domain-specific regulations, and to call it from the right level, meaning from the AMC and GM level, instead of replicating all the set of requirements for domains that have actually everything almost in place. And I will just finish by saying that, and that's let's say the purpose of the forum here is to say that standardization and the EUROCAE work, SAE work jointly with the EUROCAE in the WG 114, G34, but also what happens at European and international level, provides us the standards in order not to replicate and reinvent the wheel in a set of AMC or GM. But calling the standard is a key for us, and we anticipated in the NPA, the notice of proposed amendment that was published end of last year in November. We anticipated the call to the ED 324. Even if it's not yet published, it can be strange to do so, but it's a NPA, and we this way orient the need to call for the standard and have for learning assurance the best standard we can reach, and working with the group to get to the best standard. That's all for a start, and yeah, more to come.
Thank you very much. You managed to summarize that very well. It was a sprint, impressive work, and fantastic to see us and you leading the way for that. So now I would like to invite Sandrine to give us a perspective from Airbus.
So thank you very much for, I'm really pleased to be here in this EUROCAE Symposium, and thank you for the invitation. I would like, following Guillaume's presentation, I would like to share with you the Airbus perspective on this key challenge for our sector. So at engineering level, we identify three main value streams. The aircraft product, where AI acts as a technological enabler for pilot assistance, such as ATC speech-to-text, for safety enhancement also, with, for example, the runway overrun prevention, the runway obstacle detection, the human state monitoring, and I can say more, but I will stop here. And also operation efficiencies with the vision-based navigation, or for fighter planes, we have also the automatic air-to-air refueling. Ground services, we develop AI-based services for our customer, such as predictive maintenance. And the ways of working, the AI is used to assist engineers in their daily task to increase efficiency. So today we will focus on the aircraft product and the development processes. So the industry readiness relies on regulatory framework, of course, on design organization, but also on technical readiness and on industrialization. For regulatory framework, for airworthiness, we have to bridge the gaps between the traditional safety assurance and the complexity of advanced AI in order to avoid the black box risk. And today, these gaps are addressed only for machine learning, which is a subset of AI, which is a data-driven technology which introduces uncertainty. And these gaps are tackled in the forthcoming ED 324, which is joint with the SA committee, so it's also ARP 6983, by three fundamental concepts, which are the machine learning constituent, meaning just the models and the associated data processing. The ML properties, such as the data quality, but also the generalization, the stability, the explainability of the model. And last, the machine learning constituent development process, which introduces new learning assurance objectives. So for Airbus, the ED 324 is really the minimum sufficient but also actionable means for showing compliance for both airborne but also ATM-INS domain. And the first issue that is planned at the end of this year has a limited scope. So it's machine learning, of course, but it's also supervised and non-adaptive machine learning, which could contribute only up to major safety effect. This new process involves design organization change also, both in terms of processes, but also in terms of competencies, either new, such as data scientists, but also upskilling of existing roles, such as assurance nominee. Furthermore, the supplier activities has to align with these Airbus DOA updates. And last, we consider also the use of airworthiness operational tools. Regarding the technical readiness, to turn this standard into practical method and tools for demonstration of compliance, Airbus is involved in research project with academic partners, but also with industry and national organizations. Today, the demonstration for high-dimensional functions, so it's high-dimensional input space, such as computer vision or vision speech or speech-to-text, is still challenging. And last, the machine learning constituent is integrated within the system. So specific considerations have to be addressed at this level, like the safety mitigation means, the monitoring of the machine learning constituent inputs, the monitoring of the outputs also, and the behavior of the MLC. Regarding, so to conclude, for the industrialization domain, there are some airworthiness considerations specific for aviation domains, and in particular safety, the data management, and the embeddability. And in an environment where this technology evolves very quickly, we need the entire ecosystem to be ready. So as a key takeaway, first I want to emphasize that safety comes first, of course, in aviation domain. And this is possible, we guarantee this at Airbus, with the incremental deployment strategy to gather experience, the integration of the machine learning constituent within the system, the limitation up to major safety effect, and the responsible use of AI. So the ED324 is really the first path for certification as it addresses the gaps due to machine learning. Next, Airbus acknowledges the importance of EASA positioning as it interfaces the EU AI Act regulation for the industry, and also because they recognize ED324 as an acceptable means of compliance. Then, to be ready, we need really the adaptation of both Airbus and supplier development referential, and we know that we are facing new challenges related to pace of emergent technologies. So to conclude, for industry to comply with the forthcoming regulation, innovation must rely on trustworthy AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. And very nice closing, trustworthy. I see that coming also a lot in the questions and later on. So let's now move with Juliette. Juliette, if you can share the Thalys perspective. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I have to thank EUROCAE to invite me, and I'm very proud to be here in this round table with such high-level expertise and the high-level panelists. I will just make an overview of what's happened in AI in Thales. So AI is not new in Thales. We started to work in AI in 1985 with two strategic programs. The first one was dedicated to expert systems, so much more close to symbolic AI. The second one was dedicated to neural network. And during that time, we design and deploy some AI in a mission-critical system where the main issue was mainly on accuracy or on efficiency. And we develop it in a craftsmanship manner, not in an industrial manner. Then in 2016, we decided to use the digital transformation of the group in order to increase our AI capacities. And we set up a lot of initiatives. The first one was to set up a research technology and innovative strategy based on a lot of sub-techniques in AI, not only machine learning, but also on symbolic AI, covering ontologies, covering constraints, problem solving, and these kind of things. Covering also hybrid AI in order to mix a few techniques, and now covering generative AI and agentic. We set up a motto which is called Thales True AI for trustworthy reliability, understandability, and ethics AI in line with our digital ethics charter. Of course, we are deeply involved in standard activities, which can be on avionics, but also on horizontal standards. And we are deeply involved in a lot of research and academic projects, such as DEAL, which is a common French and Canadian project on deep learning dependability, but also on Confiance.ai, which aim to provide methods and tools for AI engineering, and especially for trustworthy AI engineering. And 2 years ago, we decided to go in another phase, which is the industrial AI, by setting a new organization called Cortex, which aims to speed up the deployment of AI in our solution. It could be for also safety critical solution, but also for defense or for security. To support that, we set up a huge transverse activity to provide a workbench, especially MLOps, so ML operation toolchain, but also AI ops for the other techniques. And we decided to set up the European Trustworthy AI Association to promote in open source all building blocks to support the design, the deployment of an AI-based solution, especially if safety is one of the major issues. And last but not least, it was already mentioned by Guillaume, for that we need to have talent, we need to have experts, so we set up an internal learning school. So our strategy and roadmap is this way, from awareness to solution. Concerning awareness, the first step is to make an acculturation of all Thales employees, not only the engineers, but also some legal people, sales and marketing people, and these kind of things, in order to understand the overall AI paradigm, the limits, and the strengths of AI. And we promote this around research, technology, engineering, and industrialization. The second step is to support all design activities, so mainly engineers. And we provided a lot of templates, a lot of proof of concept, where there is a huge focus on 4 pillars, which are validity, robustness, explainability, and responsibility. Inside validity, meaning that we have to demonstrate that the AI-based solution is doing what it is supposed to do, only what it is supposed to do, and that's all. And it's not so easy, even if we have to demonstrate and not validate. So it is why we have also some activity combining formal methods and machine learning or AI activity. Robustness implies either safety, but also cyber security, because it's very easy to attack an AI by another AI. So cyber security is mandatory. Explainability meaning to provide some explanation of what's happened and why the system is providing this kind of outcome with respect to the designer, but also to the end user or to the auditor. And last but not least, responsibility means that we have to be, of course, compliance with regulation, but also with all standards that will come. And to support that, engineering is a real issue. And we also are going to industrialization to provide some means for the journey to go to qualification and certification, but it is why it is in gray because we are working on that, and it's not yet completely finished. And we have also to work on a lot of other things in order to provide for Thales the Graal, which is a framework for AI-based system life cycle management, from the specification to the deployment, monitoring, and maintenance.
Thank you very much, Juliette. I very much appreciate you sharing the AI strategy, but more importantly, as an academic, I appreciate the AI school. So thank you very much for that. Looking forward to hear more about that later on. Antonio, can you please share your perspective? Thank you.
So basically, our point from Anthem Engineering, we have some inputs which are quite common from different levels, from different players with different constraints, different sizes, different challenges, from big OEMs with CS25 certification approaches to CS23, 29, 27 rotorcraft, or even Part 23 OEM, big engine manufacturers, or suppliers to those, tier 1s, tier 2s, UAS, of course, with all the new mobility ecosystem that is building up. But there are common patterns that some of them have been introduced already, but basically, and Sandrine made the point of 3 words that I liked a lot, because it's summarized perfectly the key questions that we commonly get, which are that they ask themselves, of course, and they look for guidance, which are sufficient. You said also the last one, actionable, and then the first one, and now I lost it, but minimum, exactly. So how do I know what I need to do? What's the minimum that I need to do? That's the basic fundamental question. The second fundamental question is, how do I know it is sufficient? And linked to the one I missed to say also, how do I avoid doing too much also in some players? It's key because it's survival already. Airbus might, and big players might have more resilience, but some other players, it's just go, no go. And feasibility. So, but they need to know that whatever they do is sufficient to ensure trustworthiness and sufficient level of rigor and design assurance, safety, and so on for the application. So that's the key framework that we need to build, that the ED 324 and the ARP are trying to build. So it's something that the industry is demanding by itself. It's on the questions, on the daily struggles and challenges. It's popping up. It's basically coming as a need. So that's very visible across the whole supply chain, even not only OEMs, but suppliers. They need to connect also with requirements. The suppliers will have to probably reuse as much as they can applications from one OEM to another. How much can they reuse? From that training model, from that operational design domain that they're using, is it fully valid for another? Does it change because of the performance, the typology of the aircraft itself, the type of operations? How much can I? So it goes again linked to the whole specification validation process and so on, means of compliance. How much trustworthy is one thing that I've trained for specific domain, specific embodied OEM or application to another? So that's another key question that needs to be addressed, because that's also survivability of some of the business cases also, which at the end drive the innovation and the solutions and the investments, and the feasibility. So another thing that is very important, more on the technical side, more in the daily operations as for us as engineers, the working in silos, that thing that we try to avoid from my background, more than 50 years in safety, seeing this kind of the safety guy doing something, the systems engineer doing another, and not speaking with the design assurance and some other. So, and they speak different languages. Now, some other outsiders, let me call it that way, come to the picture with a completely novel way of doing things, training a model. What is that? What are my requirements? I just care about my requirements, my logic, and that's it. So the shift from logic, so pre-programmed rule-based logic into a learned behavior, that's a shift that the industry that has been doing the pre-programmed rule-based logic for decades. Now we need to adapt, and the safety engineers, the design engineers, design assurance, we need to find a common language to understand each other. So That's something, because they also need to understand from the scratch, from the very early stages, not at the end of the process. They need to understand from the beginning what is constraining and how they need to build and train the model. But in the end, they need to be their performance metrics, how to differentiate between precision, recall, and accuracy. There are different things that might drive completely different conclusions. That's just a very brief example. But that drives that we need to connect it to the process, and that's what the ERP should be coming for, the ERP and ED, the standard 3 to 4. So there are also no common methods, again. So this links to potential opportunities that the technology might be enabling, but some, especially here, focus on detect and avoid systems and some other applications like this, or even feeding some of the autonomy applications. We need, there are opportunities to use AI-enabled models to make key decisions that now become critical, because you don't have eyeballs and perception, situational awareness of the pilot, and that can be complemented and or offloaded to an agent that is powered by or driven by ML. So that's a key important distinction, and it all needs to fit we need to make sure that the trustworthiness is there, the rigor is there. Every point that you mentioned before is key to ensure that. And the other thing that we are able to see is very fragmented approaches. So each industry, not to mention when we deal with players with FAA and other, the other side of the ocean, let's say, each of them have their brilliant ideas. They have smart people, but trying to approach the same challenges from different perspectives and angles. And we need to ensure that we, at least the common engineering principles, we follow, and we know what are the main targets that we need to guarantee. So that's another key point that we see as a need. And how we see that the standard is fitting or answering that demand is, again, coming with minimum necessary but actionable link with existing requirements. We still have hardware that we need to develop, verify, and validate and verify. We still have software assurance to be done beyond the machine learning constituent. So all that needs to be kept, but we need to integrate another layer, and we need to, one of the points I didn't mention on the previous slide, and it's key, is also the bottom up. So you start by top down, flow down of requirements, and then the bottom up is very difficult to find how different type of, I was about to say failure modes, but it's not even failure modes. We need to start thinking like that. It's the different states that the model can output to the system and the behavior are affecting. We have no more the loss of misleading or binary failed nominal states. We need to think differently now. So we need other metrics to integrate to the repercussions. That needs to be integrated, and we need to know how that bottom-up needs to happen since the start, so that the models are built keeping that in mind. Then, of course, all this, it's to allow building a certifiable path, and that EASA is leading the way, and it's trying to push it forward. There are other more applicant-based approaches, so we need some kind of way to start to give more certainty and less uncertainty of this pathway that is very, very novel for everyone. Then, I said already, the opportunities for unlocking the autonomy is not only for UAS, but we believe it's more critical there. We're seeing that it's more critical because in some cases, big industry players they have the big ecosystems, they have the CS25 requirements, the whole industry, existing controls for each of the hazards. And a simple example as a weather radar that cannot be installed in a UAS system. Now, if you remove the pilot, well, that's key already, right? It's going through the thunderstorm, so not yet. But you know, it could be fed by. So there are many discussions that we could open here that I want to keep surface level, but they will be enabled and powered at some point, or it could be fed. But for that, we need to gain gradually the confidence levels and the assurance that we are getting the outcomes that we expect and we design for. So it's very important to build that process with certifiable common standards and regulations. And again, as you mentioned, the fact that the acceptable means of compliance are also in line with the authority regulation roadmap. So that's important, and that is transferable and usable across the whole supply chain. So from the OEM top level to the last supplier on the chain that can affect the outcome of the highest level. So that's important. And again, emphasize in the last point that all this needs to be, and I think it's how it's envisaged from what we see from different discussions in this forum and the standard itself, how it fits the existing methods. We cannot lose the core of why aviation is trusted as it is right now, and that's because there's a lot of rigor, there's a lot of processes that make sense, that are needed, and that ensure that we do the right steps to make sure that that works this way, and we cannot lose track of that now, because we don't have the full visibility. We need to understand what we need to control. And that is basically why our view is that given all these challenges, but also the opportunities that the AD brings, the standard would help give a lot of guidance.
That's great, Antonio. Thank you very much. You raised some very important questions there, critical points, bringing down the silos, and that's all this panel, EUROCAE and EASA, is about. The stakeholders' input is very important. Yep. So moving to our last but not least panelist, so Giacomo, can you please share the perspective from Collins Aerospace before we move to the discussion?
Yeah,
the panel.
yeah,
Thanks.
So I try to keep on time. And so then what I want to say today is about the research, but starting from what is the vision from Collins in this diagram. You see how Collins is envisioning to implement and adopt this technology in the system. Now, from the research perspective, what I want to say is that the current AI model have increased really in an impressive way their capability. And I don't speak about that today. Research not for AI modeling, but the point that we want to make is about the evidence. And this is why we are here, our EUROCAE, so that the ED324 is exactly what you want to say. Show which are the evidence to support the integration of such model in a safety critical system. And now what is happening, due to the fact that these models are really very powerful, that the new function that was not possible in the past now are possible. But due to our industry position, when there is a new function, we need to be care about this function should go do what is intended to do in the real condition and when are integrated in the system. So now the research has to focus in this point. I don't want to say with my friend on the AI modeling that we don't care about that, but the research, this is a call for university, for other guys, and say, hey, look to the evidence and try to show that this model performs properly in the system. So this is the frame of the problem that we see on the research, and now we see three main pillars to achieve this challenge. The first one is about the operational. So when we have the model is good only if it's in a context, in an operational context. And then yesterday we spoke a lot about the CONOPS, and this is one of the calls that where we are working as a Collins research entity in trying to define language to specify this CONOPS. Otherwise, the stakeholder cannot work together. And this means work together with the OEM and the regulatory office so that we can share a way reasoning on the CONOPS, because the model works in a context, in an operational environment. Without this bridge, we miss a point. And this is an opportunity as a community. The second point is the evidence across the levels. So we now have the D324 that is in the middle between the DO170C and the ERP 4754, but we need to find out a way to make a connection between all this stuff. So the research have to look not only the model, given the model, so today the mathematicians are in the position to provide number on the model. This is a fact. This is something that is there, but what we do with this number at system level, at aircraft level, that is the question that the research and the university have to look into. So forget the model and look how to use the model. That is a call provocative to people that are not here. So I'm good. Okay. And so this is an important point. And the last point is about the human factor, because, okay, everybody of us, we can dream to have something that is without the pilot, but the pilot and the human, actually, the EU AI Act mandate the fact that it's important when AI is in the system, we need to consider the user. So, and again, this is a point that the research have to look into how to model the behavior between the human and the AI, and this is something that is not covered by the D324. We are working as G34, but yes, for sure, EASA is already trying to address really writing something from scratch is really difficult. So we appreciate as a Collins the effort that EASA is doing in this area, opening that is important to the research to reason on something that is public, because without public, research can do nothing. So, and that's an important point. Going back to the conclusion, we see that we write down this sentence because we believe that the research should support to move from model-centric AI to the system-integrated AI. That is another story. No, it is a complement. So we love the mathematician guys, but we would like the mathematician look into these topics specifically. And to achieve this, we need three essential pieces of the story. Public use case. Without public use case, no one can learn, because the university need that. So, and of course, we are in the research, so we push our company in this direction. It actually was one, actually we developed with the EASA formula that is fully public, and is essentially we publish 95% of the content that we develop just to show that we want to go in this absolutely as a company. So use cases, and the second point that is most probably important as well is the benchmarking. So we need to publish public benchmarking in order to open the competition of the tool vendor. The tool vendor will sustain our industry. We cannot believe that we build our tool by our own, because unfortunately today, the industry that drives the AI is not aerospace for sure. It's the other one. So we need to tell them, hey guys, we are here, this is the challenge, and please build tools that are capable to address this challenge. In fact, we publish in the VNN competition. Some of those come from Collins, and so that the guy play, and unfortunately no one answered yet. Or hopefully we will do next year, I don't know. But it's important, there is a way to push in this direction. And the third point is, to me, the certification readiness level. EUROCAE just launched the WG135. This is an important pillar for us as a researcher, built through Concerto, that is one of the clean aviation projects that established with EASA this concept, so that we can understand, not speaking only about TRL, but we need to have the CRL. That is it is a mandatory, and help also the research to find the path to achieve the goal. I think that this is an important, it's just created, so I make some advertise for EUROCAE. So, but as a Collins, we was in Concerto, and we strongly believe that is an important part, and we do not cross yet with AI with this guy, but hopefully soon we will do. And so that's all. Okay.
That's all. That's a way to summarize a discussion that will usually take days to have. Thanks, Giacomo. And also just to confirm, universities are here and we are listening. Okay. Okay. So let's maybe start with Sandrine, if that's okay. So Sandrine, the ED324 and the ARP6983 are designed to bridge the gap between traditional development, assurance, and uncertainties that come with machine learning. From an industry perspective, do you consider that guidance sufficient? It's a tough one, sorry.
As I previously said, the ED324 is really the first path. But for industrialization, we need also practical method and tools. And I think that we all highlight this. And on top of this, I think also that we need acculturation of, we need pairing, in fact, aviation engineers with system, safety, certification considerations, with data scientists, with machine learning, with model training. We need really to pair these people together in order to upskill everyone, to upskill the aviation domain engineer, but also to upskill the data scientist in the safety first mindset. And this is really the next step, and this is also important, I think.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. You have the QR code at the back of your badge if you want to ask any questions in the Slido. So, Juliette, if we can hear from you now, if that's okay, how does an industry company like yours, Thalys, address a sound deployment of AI in solutions, particularly when it comes to safety-critical systems like the ones we have in aeronautics?
Yeah, I will underline what it was already explained by my colleague, that is mandatory to make some multidisciplinary team in order to revisit all engineering, not only engineering coming from AI algorithm, what you mentioned, because of course we need to have a data scientist or AI scientist, but we have also to revisit data engineering in order to provide good data quality. We need to revisit knowledge engineering if it is symbolic AI just behind. We need to revisit software engineering in order to provide some new approaches. System engineering, and it was underlined by my colleague, in order to have the whole issue of how to embed in a system an AI component, and it is also in line with the work of EASA and all the standardization work. But we need also to revisit safety engineering, and there are now learning assurance approach, there are this kind of approach. Without avoiding cognitive or human factors, cognitive engineering of human factors, because in front of the AI-based system, you have an operator, you have an end user, you have someone, and all this engineering must work together. And it is why in Thales we reorganize all this team in Cortex, putting together all skills. And for people who are not AI native, we train them in order to understand what is the impact of the AI deployments in the system.
I think that's a very important point, and thanks for stressing that human-centric AI, it's important.
Yeah, I forget also cybersecurity, because there are a huge issue on how to secure, in terms of cybersecurity, an AI-based solution.
Great, thank you. Feel free to jump in if you forget something else, it's okay. We're trying to cover a lot of ground, and I'm also mindful that there are asymmetries for the knowledge of the audience, so please use the time to also teach the audience for that. So if I can jump now to Giacomo. Giacomo, with the ED324 now approaching publication end of the year, what do you see as the most needed to make the leap from written guidance to trusted operational use?
Yeah, so I think that we are in a sweeping point. So now that the document is there, we have a lot of other material coming from EASA already published, and as Guillaume was saying, is coming a lot of in the next month. It's important that we apply it's time to do, it's time of doing, is stopping chatting and try to execute what is there, because what is there is already reviewed by the strong community, so it's time to apply. And what I hope that happen, and to me there is something to do here, is to have the JTU rising the bar and saying, hey guys, now apply this standard and this concept for industrial research. So it's time for a call for something that is becoming public. Otherwise, we are missing an opportunity. So that's I think that it will be next step. Having in mind what I said before, the level of the evidence should be, we have the evidence because the D324 is there, but we need to connect all this evidence so that we can trust on what we have done. So this can be done only if we execute in a public situation. So the GTU, we are in Europe, we put the money of the taxpayer, so please go and convince the GTU to work on it.
Thanks, Giacomo. Since you mentioned Guillaume, I'm going to come to you if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so how can we ensure that standard readiness align with the industry competitiveness and the pace of the emerging AI technology that we see lately?
Yeah, that's a complex question, multifaceted as well. The pace of technology will never stop. So, of course, one very important thing that you could see in the presentation I had, we try to address the problem from a generic perspective, as generic as possible, and modular in order to be able to react to new technologies coming in, and at the same time, as specific as necessary in this step 2, where we deploy. So for us, that was also the message from Florian Guillermet this morning, my executive director, simplification. As much as we can, go to the simplicity, calling one standard one time instead of calling it from each domain separately with different ways of coding, etc. So, but of course, it's a challenge for us as a regulator, because obviously it's a big puzzle in which we try to connect links and so on. But it's feasible, and it's exactly what we achieve with the rulemaking group. So I think that's one aspect. The other aspect is for competitiveness. Of course, recognizing standards is a competitiveness element per se, but recognizing a standard, that's what I was saying a bit, laughing, saying recognizing a standard even before it's published is quite a novelty, something we wanted to really give also to this group, because we know they are working extremely hard. First, I would say kind of pre-validation from a technical perspective. We have a concept paper. We know it's not the final stage. It's not a rulemaking artifact, but we know what we are looking for from a process perspective. And we checked that the standard in the shape where it is today is good enough, really fulfills this need. After, as Sandrine was mentioning, it's not the last version of it. There will be more work and so on. However, we think that we have a baseline for equivalent, I would say, DAL-D, DAL-C, so up to major failure contribution. We have something we can use from competitiveness, I would say, by industry already today. And it's what is happening, because through special conditions, we already enabled certification projects, some of them already certified for, I would say, simple and small dimensional models, and the high dimensionality of computer vision coming its way very rapidly as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I want to come to a final point for the panel here that came along in many of the presentation, and that is the need for new competences. So Adonio, what do you think? How do you really think that the industry, is it ready in terms of human capital, and what strategies are you seeing that help close this gap?
So let's put it in a positive way. We have all the ingredients to be ready. Obviously, there's a gap. I think it was mentioned by all the colleagues here. But the big difference that we see from other challenges that we're currently facing, and we've seen face, like other propulsion energies like hydrogen and so on, is that you have an industry that has knowledge and experience in something. Aviation doesn't have a clue. But then that industry doesn't have any of the concepts and culture that the aviation requires, the processes and so on. So it's very difficult when you start to discuss all the constraints and all the processes that aeronautical certification and safety demands to other industries. But in this case, it's even changing the way that we do things from our side. It's completely different. Again, as we said before, from a rule-based pre-programmed logic to learned behavior. So systems, safety, development, process assurance, certification engineers, we need to understand that the requirements are going to be different. We cannot cascade anymore a 5e to the -6 per flight hour failure. Binary, yes or no, it fails, not fails. That doesn't work anymore. Okay. We need to understand metrics. We need to understand that to cascade to the guys and understand that having a 95 precision, it can be very good sounding in paper, but in fact, if from those 5 that you missed, then you only, let's say, 4 of them are actual threats, then you have a 20% recall.
Okay, so understanding is an important part.
That's understanding and working together, workshops, close cooperation on a day-to-day basis.
Fantastic.
And understanding us fitting the constraints, but them also learning from them, but we also having a bit of the understanding of how the technology works in a different way now.
Thank you so much. So if that's okay, I'm going to pass now. We're heading towards the end, and we're the only thing holding you from the pub, probably, or your flight. I don't know which one is more important. Anyway, so I'm going to pick up some questions from the slide. So should standards development be supported by AI?
It's a good one. I think EUROCAE says no, and they are no, but it's clear that a bit like any tool used operationally, the verification by humans of the output is the key, at least until proven that we can really rely on this technology to do the job we are doing. But yeah, I think that's what I would say.
I agree.
Great. Thank you. I think we have consensus at the panel. So with 1 minute left for our panel discussion, I will ask a final question from the slide, if that's okay. So try to be brief in your answer. What is the definition for whether a system contains AI or not? If you can be brief. Uses, contains AI or not?
It's, if I may start and I let you complete, there is a bit of a two-level thinking. First, you need to see definitions. So if we take the AI Act, it defines AI in a pretty wide scope perspective. And what we strive to do when taking this mandate within the aviation basic regulation is to more define it, to stick to the same definition, but define it from a technological perspective, considering what requires additional guidance. So machine learning does, we know, and that's why we have a standard. After, we have to bend on symbolic AI. What is the scope of symbolic AI that requires the additional guidance? What guidance may require LLMs if used in aviation operation, and so on. So technique after technique, we can define what is AI requiring additional guidance. I think that's the important thing. I don't know if you...
I think that the question is a really good question. It's an important question, and my comment on the question is that, at least as a tier one, what we have seen is that the machine learning and the technology, the mathematical, the algorithm, from the algorithm perspective, is a tremendous opportunity, and we try to decouple the two things on what is the perception and more the AI in the sense of the EU Act from what is the mathematical and the algorithm. And why I'm saying that? Because as EUROCAE, probably we need to be more active in understanding how these new functionality that are enabled by this algorithm has to be defined in terms of CONOP. That is very important, and where I think that NPA is really giving very good suggestion how to move on. So that's the discussion that we have internally. I share with you guys, and so that's my point.
Just to complete, I think that if we go technology by technology, we will not have the same requirement and the same guidance, because the technology could be very different. So there are some commonality, of course, but there will be some specificity. And in order to go to what Sandrine said, we have to provide also some minimal guidance per technologies, not to have an overall approach.
Yes.
And the standard perspective, I will say, I will easily answer. We will see in the MVP too what will be, which technology will be covered by the ID 3 to 4.
Okay, great. We have a lot of questions in Slido. We don't have time to answer all of them. Hopefully you will manage to grab one of them on the way out as they're running to the pub or their flight. So I have one key takeaway from this one. So the standard is almost published. There is still a lot of ground to cover, and the real work starts after that. So thank you very much for covering such an important topic and for your insights and sharing them so generously with the audience here. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Sorry?
Be careful.
No, in fact, I want to ask you about that because we see that, but we was not aware of this organization.
I know.
So you think that us, we may be part, or there is a constraint for US company? Okay.
I think this was a very,
Thank you very much.
intense last panel.
No, you did an excellent job. Like when you have good panelists, it's easy. Honestly.
We're now coming to close, unfortunately, this event. It's almost the saddest moment of those 2 days, right? To have to come to an end with those interesting discussions. We've exchanged a lot of ideas. We've challenged assumptions. I think the panel on the new service delivery models, there was a lot of challenging discussions in there, very animated discussions, but very good ones. We've strengthened collaboration. We've connected with maybe people, old friends, new partners, people we didn't know. And that's really what lies at the heart of EUROCAE. Is the connection, is the collaboration, is the work that we all do together. That's how we thrive together through our community with all the different stakeholders here being represented. To make the next edition even better, we need you. Give us your feedback while you are on your way out, while you will be queuing to board your plane later on. Flash the code, give us your feedback so that we can improve even further. I promise it doesn't take even 5 minutes, so it's quick to do. Also, it's not on the slide, but there's a couple of extra goodies outside. If you want to take 1 or 2 more home for your colleagues, feel free to do so. And you will receive at the beginning of next week an email with all the pictures that we have taken, as well as the link to the sessions that have been recorded that will be placed on our YouTube channel. Now it is time to say thank you. Thank you to all our sponsors who have made this possible, because without the generosity of all of you, it would just not work the way it does. So thank you again to Airbus as our platinum sponsor, Collins for silver, Air of Ireland for gold, Frequentis, Indra, Honeywell and Anzen as bronze, and our sponsor with the European Commission and the Irish Tourism Board for the local support. Thank you also to all of our speakers and moderators. We have had 43 speakers from 35 organizations, over 150 participants over the last couple of days. So this is really a really nice addition and made really for this diversity of the event what was a really rich discussions. And then thank you especially also to my team. I hope they're all here somewhere. But a big thanks to Anna and the TPM teams, Alex, Attica, Andrea, I saw him somewhere, Bertrand, Mark, Tuk, sorry, I was just thinking on AI and voila. To Elizabeth and Matvi on the organizational side, to Laura, and of course to Iago. Maybe we can give especially Iago a big applause. Thank you to all of you to make this happen and to make this as enjoyable as it has been over these last 2 days. And with that, I would like to close the event from my side and really hand over to Guillaume as our outgoing president and to introduce Michael as our new elected president as of this morning to formally close the event.
Thank you, Anna. So, as you have noticed, I won't be the one closing the event this year, as I am no longer president of EUROCAE. I would like to thank you all for your trust and confidence for those 3 years, but as you know, as per the Constitution, the president can only be re-elected for 3 consecutive years, so I have to step down. I will continue to be fully engaged with EUROCAE as in my new role as vice president, but still I have to admit I am a bit sad today because I really enjoy being the president and assuming the duties that goes with that. It has really enriched me a lot from a personal and professional point of view. So I would like to thank once again, it has been done, but I would like to say it again, the staff, the members, the council officers and all the people that supported me during those years, so thank you very much. I feel a bit sad, but at the same time, I am reassured and delighted to know that the new president is Michael. Definitely is the best man for the job today. I am 100% sure that under his leadership, EUROCAE will continue to thrive, will continue to deliver the standards that the aviation community needs. I have full confidence in his capability, human capability, professional capability, so the association is in very, very good hands. I would like you all to congratulate and welcome our new president, Michael Holzbauer.
Yeah, thank you, Guillaume, for your kind words and for your outstanding leadership over the past 3 years. So your presidency really has been marked by full commitment, by a spirit of collaboration, a spirit of consensus building. And it really made EUROCAE a quite stable and strong organization. So I'm quite honored to take over the presidency of such a stable EUROCAE, and I'm happy that you remain engaged closely to EUROCAE as vice president, hopefully supporting me in my new role. Thank you, Guillaume. So there's not much left, except probably it's now my pleasure to take you to the journey of to our tour of our 2027 venue. So please mark the date in your calendars, 21st, 22nd of April 2027. So with that, I declare the Symposium 2026 for closed and have a safe travel back home and looking forward to seeing you next year in Prague.